All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting. This is 9 a.m. Wednesday, March 8th, 2023. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is citizen input, and we do have a request to speak by Mr. Ron Bazell.
Good morning, Commission.
It's not a green can again. Yes.
We just heard last night from the,
Yes.
about the Recycling and Modernization Act that was passed in 2021, and that creating opportunities for propane container recycling. I don't know the details, but you should you should contact our solid waste department and find out more about that.
Has my 3 minutes started yet?
Nope. Please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. I don't know how you can see, if you can see, the detail of this particular can. But this is a can that I actually gave to a person that, because I've been using them this last year, a few of them. By the way, I'm Rondo. I've been living in Bend for over 3 decades. And this has been a growing concern of mine, and I've been having lots of conversations with a lot of people who use these, and a lot of them don't buy them, they get donated. And I think that's actually inherent in the problem we have today. A friend said they would take care of this particular can. Well, turns out I didn't understand what he was going to do with it, but he was trying to refill it. He was refilling a number of bottles, and this happened 55 hours ago. He and his girlfriend were airlifted from St. Charles to Portland in critical condition. They're acquaintance of mine. I don't know them well, so I don't know what their condition is right now. But this is the can that exploded while he was in the middle of filling another one, and he had ignition sources in the trailer, and boom. And I think this tells the story, so if you allow me to leave this here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So at this time, is there anyone else for item citizen input? And there's somebody remotely. We have Paul Evanson joining us.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to understand the county's current position on the proposed homeless camp near Murphy Road and Highway 97. Understanding that this issue involves the city of Bend, the county, and ODOT, can you confirm that this is going through the proper permitting process rather than the safe parking program? And is the county accepting of the city pushing for the county to oversee the camp through the eventual operator? When I speak of permitting, this would include traffic, stormwater drainage, screening, and impact of adjacent properties, let alone the detrimental effect it'll have on the image of the area and any property values. Will the public be able to participate in the final position of the county and potentially the county's support of the project? And lastly, are you soliciting any input or feedback from owners associations?
I want to thank you very much for the testimony. We do have other items today that have been published on our agenda. So at about 10:30 today, we're going to be talking about multi-agency coordination, which is the governor's project for providing resources, and then also a topic of safe parking support services update. So at that time, some of these items will be discussed. Any other
Okay,
commissioners?
thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Paul, for taking the time this morning. We do appreciate hearing from you. We've heard from a lot of the community, and if you are able to, please listen at 10:30, and maybe you'll get more information.
Yeah, and I'd also encourage you to submit your questions in writing by email, and we can ask appropriate staff to prepare written responses.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else? Okay, seeing none, at this time, we'll move to the consent agenda.
So move the consent agenda?
Second?
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Item number 5, a proclamation in support of American Red Cross Month. So let me get to that real quick here. So we have a proclamation before the Board of Commissioners. Sure, if you want to introduce the topic. You're stepping up, I see.
Is that all right?
Yeah, I didn't expect it, but that's fine. You got a red cross on your lapel, so let's go.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Morgan Schmidt. I'm the new Executive Director for the Central and Eastern Oregon chapter of the Red Cross. I'm the one who is here to accept, hopefully, this proclamation if you so choose to make it this morning.
Great. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And congratulations on your position.
Thank you.
So at this time, a proclamation, if there's support, we can read it and then make a motion to accept. So we can break it in thirds, first 2 paragraphs. Commissioner Dare, you want to start off?
Sure. And of course, I believe we do support this. I know someone from your office before you got the appointment had asked me to make sure that we had this handled in March. So glad we're doing it on March 8th. Proclamation, whereas in times of crisis, people in Deschutes County come together to care for one another. This humanitarian spirit is part of the foundation of our community and is exemplified by the American Red Cross Cascade Region volunteers and donors. And whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. Today, we honor the kindness and generosity of Red Cross volunteers here in Deschutes County and the Cascades region who join the millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, donate financially, or learn vital life-preserving skills through the Red Cross. And
Next 2 paragraphs, if you'd like.
Whereas in the Cascades region, serving Oregon and Southwest Washington, the contributions of more than 2,500 local Red Cross volunteers give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours. The Red Cross does so by providing more than 1,600 emergency overnight shelter stays, along with food and comfort for families devastated by more than 800 local disasters like home fires. Through the generosity of those donating more than 182,000 units of essential blood for accident and burn victims, heart surgery and organ transplant patients, and those receiving treatment for leukemia, cancer, or sickle cell disease. Or by supporting service members and veterans an average of 9 times a day, along with their families and caregivers, through the unique challenges of military life, and by helping to save the lives of others with first aid, CPR, and other skills, or delivering international humanitarian aid. And whereas in Deschutes County, the Red Cross works with local agencies and faith-based organizations to support emergency shelters by providing shelter training, coordinating resources, and integrating into local mass care planning efforts. And
Whereas the work of the Red Cross to prevent and alleviate human suffering is vital to strengthening community resilience before, during, and after a disaster. Now, therefore, the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners proclaims the month of March as American Red Cross Month in Deschutes County and recognizes all who continue to advance the noble legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, who lived by her words, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." Dated this 8th day of March, 2023, before the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. Is there a motion?
so move that we declare March American Red Cross Month.
second?
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang? And
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations, and yeah, let's celebrate all the great work that's done by the Red Cross.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. On behalf of the Red Cross, I proudly accept your proclamation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to the Red Cross organization. Thank you to all of the people who volunteer, give blood, and contribute in other ways to the relief efforts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 6, Deschutes County property associated with DSL land exchange.
Good morning, Commissioners. Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. This item is really a continuation of the discussion last night that started with the City of Redmond City Council in the joint meeting with the Board of County Commissioners. The purpose of this item is really to begin the conversations about the DSL land exchange and how best to relocate people who are living on those lands. As we've all struggled with, as public agencies have struggled with relocating people, the question always becomes, well, where do people go? And ideally, people go to shelter or housing. There isn't always a bandwidth in the system for people to go to housing and shelter, and some people won't go even if there was availability. So public agencies have always struggled with identifying where people can go. And what happens is, with a relocation, many people relocate to other public lands. We've seen that time and time again. So really, this is to start the discussion with the board about whether or not the county wants to identify other county land in the area where people can go. Again, the primary goal is to get people housed or in shelter, but that's not always the case. Christy has put together a map that's part of the board packet. It shows the general area, and there's a couple of areas where we might want to identify where people can go. We're not asking for a board decision today because we would want to work with the Redmond service providers and get their thoughts and input on identifying another piece of county land if that's the direction from the board. The other pieces of it is if the board is supportive of identifying another piece of county land, whether or not we move forward with trying to provide some basic needs, such as portable restrooms, waste disposal containers, and pickup and access to drinking water. One approach would be to put out a contract to see if a service provider would want to do that and enter into a contract with the county. Under that model, we would require the service provider to have insurance, so that would help with liability issues. And then the third piece of it is providing flexible funds to nonprofits to help people relocate. And you actually heard that as a request last night from the service providers, where it would be some funds that the county would contract with a service provider or providers, and those funds could be used to on people's next journey. You also heard last night from the service providers with the request to do an assessment, individual assessment, by name assessment of people living there. That's an important step. County staff concur with that request, and that will actually help identify where people plan to go or could go and what their needs are. And so that's another key element. So really, I just wanted to open up the conversations with the board. There's a lot to talk about, including liability issues, and also how can we best relocate people. So just wanted to start the conversation.
So this map is a really good tool to work with. This is the east side of Redmond. There's some of these parcels, some of this land is inside the urban growth boundary. Others urban reserve of the city of Redmond, owned by the county as primary land that we're talking about. On the edge of BLM also, which works its way out to irrigation canal. So as I say, I know this land well now. I've walked a lot of it, and there's definitely some requests to get something done here. So as I say, the RPZ is that blue triangle at the bottom corner, and then the hatched area referring to 137 acres in preparation for DSL land exchange. So commissioners, any thoughts, put direction to this?
Well, it looks like Christie on the map has a green area, northern and southern. One of them is 45 acres, the other is 60. And those two individual pieces need further evaluation according to this. If that's within the city limits, it seems like, and then one of them is outside. So Christie, what's your feedback on that. There's the one that is in the city limits, the
Yeah.
southern one.
Correct, yeah, the roughly 45 acres south of the pending DSL exchange properties in city limits, whereas the 60 acres in the bright green box to the north is outside of city limits.
So it needs further evaluation for if there are camps there now?
Yeah, I mean, we know there are encampments there now, we're just not sure of the magnitude, so we're unsure how many additional encampments the 45 acres could accommodate.
Okay, and I believe last night the number was 100 that they were talking about
It's 100 plus.
on the East
We don't
Antler
know that
property
number
that we
yet.
are trying to have them move from. So 100 plus, like 100 to 200?
We don't know that number yet.
We don't know. What about, was there a point in time count done?
It's,
Yeah, that question came up last night, and I think it was the city of Redmond answered that the results were likely to be next month. They would have those numbers, not the final numbers, because that takes several months. But that was the answer from last night.
Well, we can talk about what the terminology is. Point in time count is a date in February that we just ask people, where were you, or where are you now, or were you on this date? So it's a one-time annual review, but a by-name list would be a live managed list of people known in the area by name and making relationships and offering services. So I think it's a different mode, the federal point-in-time count effort or by name list. So yeah, maybe if Cheyenne wants to clarify any of that.
Sure. My recommendation would not be to wait for the point in time count. It will not be a geographic count. It's over a larger region. What we have instead recommended is that we coordinate with local law enforcement, like the Sheriff's Department, to do a physical review. At times, we have even used drone footage to indicate how many individuals may be in a specific parcel. This land is very rural and hard to reach. So one of the challenges is simply having providers and even law enforcement be able to access the area to make that initial assessment.
Well, we have our homeless outreach service team at the health department, so you're mentioning public safety, but we already have a presence out there. There's relationships managed at all times, so we do have generally a feel for what's going on out there and making relationships through our health department.
There's also been an expressed intention to do an assessment, an individual by individual assessment to understand what the potential pathways out of homelessness are for the actual people who are out there. The point in time count will give us numbers and a little bit of data, but it's not going to give us the understanding that we need to actually move people out of homelessness as opposed to just shuffling them from one unauthorized location to another. And that that is what I believe should be our first order question: is what kind of site or facility are we talking about establishing? We know that there's been quite a lot of planning and thought put into both Oasis Village and the other 10 acres immediately adjacent to it. Service providers have actually, potential operators have actually expressed interest in those sites. But we also know that those sites, it will take a substantial amount of time to prepare them. I mean, if you look at the 10 acres, I can't remember the specifics on that schematic that was prepared, but I mean, what is the potential capacity of the 10 acres of flex space if we were to accelerate the development of that site so that it could be used? Do we have any feel for that?
Our teams have been looking at different options, and I know that the commissioners have provided feedback. I think the intention is to allow for up to 100 spaces, maybe 60, and it could be phased. But those number of spaces could provide shelter for up to 150 or so individuals if they're doubled up in an RV, for instance.
So, I mean, we can be looking at the 60-acre green chunk, the 45-acre green chunk, but if we determine that we actually want people to go someplace that, you know, will be designed, managed, planned, serviced, and, you know, infrastructured, then I think our first order concern should be accelerating the development of those 10 acres, and asking what is necessary to make that happen.
Which we talked about last night at the City of
Right.
Redmond in partnership.
I mean, you know, that's a substantial portion of the total population in the 137 acres, and that plus, you know, some indoor shelter that's coming online at Shepherd's House, and some other options in Redmond may address most of the need.
So maybe tangibly, what we heard last night was a proposal by the engineering group of the city to, you know, officially work with ODOT, closing one access point and improving another, and allowing utilities to come across at that point. As the Board of Commissioners, now, you know, just as us, do we support that? You know, that's pretty tangible.
Right, and we did get the funding for that, the $350,000, and then the fact that you said ODOT was going to not just make it go under the road, but it was going to be able to just open the road up because they're going to actually repave it in a year. So that's really, that sounds like it's something that possibly could have happened faster. I know the Shepherd's House talking there, I think that's still 5 months away. And these people have been living outside, and I'm not sure they're people that are going to want to go to Shepherd's House. Definitely, it seems like the 45-acre spot is on the way down to where we really need to get those 10 acres up to date if we have to do this sooner rather than later. You know, move them to the 45 and get, and work on our 10-acre project, the outside, with the capacity of, what, you set up to 150 people there?
Potentially, and I would say those plans are still conceptual.
Well, so specifically, is there support for proceeding, giving direction about closing an access point and supporting traffic access improvements plus utility partnership? I mean, I
Yes,
guess
do we need a
that's-
motion?
Well, I'm just making sure we're all on the same page with that. I mean, that's pretty tangible.
That is, yeah, one small step.
So the answer is yes.
Sure.
Yeah, so, I mean, if that's direction, we can definitely partner with the city and ODOT. Utilities is the goal. Turn lane was discussed. I don't know when that would be. So, you know, proceeding with kind of the engineering layout of that and what's involved.
Is the direction to have discussions with the city about leasing that land? I think that would
Okay, and
be
then,
kinda-
yeah, that was a request if the city had the 12 acres under lease. So, yeah, what would that look like? So it's still the people's land, Deschutes County title, leased to the city. So then the city, and they did ask last night, the mayor mentioned that. So that would be another action for us.
I think the access point and that would be, if the land was leased to the city, and then the city would work with ODOT on that piece.
I heard the city say, interested in exploring a lease for the Oasis site. Does that encompass the full 12 acres or just the Oasis Village portion of that?
My understanding is the request was for the Oasis site plus the potential, the RV, the flex. But we could reach out to city staff and we could request something in writing so that we know exactly what the city request is, and then we could bring that back to the board.
Well, and of course, that access is east of that. It's not on that parcel.
Right.
It's east of it. So as I say, I see that as maybe a separate issue even, but, you know, if there's support for it, let's go ahead and proceed. We know that the future Core 3 project is going to want utilities also, and if ODOT's ready to respond for this paving season in this project, looks like a good spot to go.
Yes.
And is there support for a lease to the city?
One thing I want us to clarify before we express support or not is whether we are leasing the site for development or whether we are essentially asking the city or handing over to the city this site for to arrange the operations as well. and the next order question after that would be about how are we going to pay for it and who's going to pay for it. But I'd like to better understand whether the city is just asking to lease the site so that they can expedite the development, or whether they are actually saying, turn it over to us, we will find the operator, we will get it developed, we will find the operator, and we can move this along quickly because we're very focused. I think either way, I'm supportive, but it would be helpful to understand what their intention is.
Yeah, we could ask for that clarification.
Yeah, and I support that, just get clarification, what are the next steps?
And I did talk to a service provider quite a while ago to see if he would be interested in it. And I believe he's, I think he's still contemplating it. So I do believe it would be good to clarify with the city what they will do, because we have been talking about those 10 acres for how long, Christy? A long time, trying to get something going. And now it seems like everything is pointing to that little red triangle on here. Or it's not a triangle, a rectangle. Yes. So we're finally getting there, and I think that's really good news, because the really wonderful thing about this location, it is off of Highway 126. We do have bus routes available. I believe that's something that could be added, and it's surrounded by county property. We've heard from our community, and they are really worried when you see what's happened in different locations. Referring to Hunnell Road, the number of crime calls that have been made. If we have it surrounded by our property, then we can yell at ourselves, and we can yell at the city if they're going to do it. So I'm happy that Redmond really does want to step up, but it does seem like the location is the best we have to offer in Deschutes County at this moment.
Well, I don't want to rehash old stuff too much, but I see this location, particularly this flex space, as being an appropriate site for people who are already living east of 17th Street to go with their RV. But for people whose pathway out of homelessness needs to be closer to services, closer to jobs, closer to potential housing, and I would actually say that the intended population for Oasis Village sort of fits that build. I think that we should have been working with Oasis Village to find a closer location.
Well, at this time, we have an enthusiastic partner, being the city of Redmond. The land has been proposed. I do support, as I said, last night I mentioned it, this is the season. We're coming out of winter. We're going to be in nice warm weather, and then we're going to be, into next winter already. If no matter what we do, it will have some status by October, November, December next year. So I do support proceeding, with the 137-acre land swap. Keeping it positive, asking people not to be there specifically. I have firsthand knowledge of, one of my neighbors, when I spent a week out there, referring to the COID land, saying, "Oh, I know I can't go over there." He was told, and they did a cleanup exercise in preparation for a sale, but they were notified, that you don't go over there. So this is another step towards that. But as I say, let's keep it positive and move forward. One of the thoughts I have is knowing the RPZ is going to be a fenced-off, controlled area, so that's something I do support. And also the Core 3 project is going to be, a year from now or so next summer. I do see that as, maybe a flex space, and I don't know how we would define that, but, the moment we say you can be here is the tricky part, that, who's taking liability for this? But there are already people out there. So, if there's a gray area where we can be saying, you can be here temporarily, and then the liability issues obviously is the big step there. We should think about that. So then in the big picture, south of Antler, not on the swap land, generally is area that's available to offer people services, to bring people in, to set up a scenario where we're bringing it in tighter over time. So, as I say, nobody has the answers right now, but these are ideas.
So commissioners, the bright green areas on the map, in order to kind of move forward, we would need to engage a professional survey firm, not to do full-blown surveys, but to mark boundaries so we know kind of the footprint that we're assessing, and then going out there and trying to get a better understanding of what encampments are out there and what sort of room is out there to accommodate additional. So we're seeking your, input or support on that to move forward.
Well, yeah, defining borders, especially the 137 acres. We have it on a map here, but as you're walking, from south to north or either way, and people go to services at the end of Antler already, walking all over that area, there's not a real clear delineation. But as I say, Central Oregon Irrigation has done it with a line that, as I say, I saw it firsthand. He said, "Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to go over there." Oh, interesting. Now that was, because there's no fence there. It was stated. So yeah, let's work towards that. I support. Survey, maybe corner markings, however we want to do it, in support of the 137 acres, which will define that southern line of the dark green and the hatched area.
137 has been monumented when we did the partition, but the actual property lines are not visible to, if community service providers, county staff are out there, we need better definitive lines. So that cost all in is somewhere between probably $7,000 and $10,000 to do all those boundary markings so that they're visible.
7 to 10,000? And
What else?
the other reason why to use a southern property too is that we did have a update on North Point Vista, and that project is going ahead now. What were we told? Perhaps maybe in a year and a half, people might be able to move into some of those units. It was 485, and that's really excellent news because it's part of the program will be affordable housing. So if we go to the southern, the 45 acres, on our way down to our 12 acres, it's a good move. So Christy, how long will that take? I think things are a little slower now, aren't they?
In terms of,
Well, building and things in the community, will it take that long to have the survey done?
we'd probably be 4 to 5 weeks out.
Okay.
And so just for clarification, does the board also support the 60 acres north of DSL, which is clearly outside of the UGB and out of the city limits?
Before we move on to that, I just want to ask a couple of questions about these 45 acres. It sounds to me like we are discussing a unmanaged, unauthorized, or unmanaged, uninfrastructured location. And if we're actually telling people that they can go there, I have concerns that essentially makes it an authorized location, and I'm wondering what kind of legal liability comes with that. I mean, if there's people on the 137 acres now, we didn't tell them that they could be there, that people can be concerned that we are allowing them to be there for the time being, but we did not authorize them to be there. I'm just wondering how this would legally be done, that people could go to those 45 acres without us having suddenly a substantial amount of liability for what they do out there, or what happens to them there.
I think that's a valid point, and I do believe that the liability exposure for the county will increase when you start authorizing or permitting them to go to a specific parcel. I think there's already exposure because they are camping on land that we know about, but I think it will be increasing when you actually direct them to a particular parcel.
And I mean, and just as a general principle, the idea of dispersing people from an unauthorized, undeveloped, unmanaged location and sending them to another one is, it's not doing a whole lot to progress with solutions to the problem. And if these 45 acres are right next to the 137 acres, we talked with the Redmond City Council yesterday about the time gap between clearing, marketing of the land, and when someone's actually going to start construction of, manufacturing facility, and that is potentially a significant period of time between those three milestones. If we're encouraging people to go and unmanaged camp, unauthorized, unmanaged, undeveloped camp right next to the 137 acres, I think that there's substantial risk that they'll trickle back into the 137 acres. I do believe, like the CID property, when you clear something, then if you patrol it and you make it the rules clear, it's a lot easier to keep people from coming back than walking into a site where there's already people set up and saying, okay, you got to leave. It is. I do believe it will be easier to keep the property clear once it is cleared, but I still have concerns about our legal liability, and B, sending people to another undeveloped, unmanaged location and them just trickling back.
Yeah. That's the reality of the situation. I mean, concerns are concerns. We have concerns all over around this whole issue, and it's a big, wicked, intractable problem that we're just trying to put some direction to. So, I mean, if you're suggesting we don't do anything, I mean, that's
No, I'm suggesting that we proceed as fast as possible with setting up as many planned, managed, developed, authorized locations as possible, and try to coordinate clearing activities with with bringing those sites online.
Well, so discussion with City of Redmond on a lease, support for intersection improvements. I see going south and not north. So, I asked the city manager mentioned that safe parking probably isn't a good starting point for that 40 acres on the North Point Vista property. And then, the property north of the proposed swap land, let's just keep that as part of the recreational eastern side of Redmond, and focus on, the south of Antlers is my vision. And as I say, we're not making all final decisions today. We're putting direction to a few things. Any other thoughts or needs?
Yeah, two thoughts. One is Commissioner Chang talked about having authorized things that are allowed. We will be coming back to the board in the next couple of weeks to talk about safe parking in the county. So that's an upcoming discussion with the commissioners. If the county adopted such a program, that could offer additional, obviously we would need those spots, and I know Rick Russell continues to work on that, but that's one thing. The other is we would like to talk to the service providers about possible locations for alternative land, get their input, and also talk to them about the concept of a supported camp. And if there's any interest of a service provider in entering into a contract with the county to provide the basic amenities, the challenge for them will be to get insurance. But if it's just porta potties, if there's just like a station, that might, it's almost like the less structure, the less liability. The more, if you just put up a porta potty, that's less liability than having to manage camp.
I think I'm tracking you on that, but I would also say that the less management and the less structure, the more likely something's going to go wrong.
Well, I didn't mean less management. If you have, right now we have people camping on the county land. We know that's happening. If we put up a single porta potty, does that increase our liability? Well, maybe incrementally. But if we have, if the porta potty is serviced weekly, then that decreases the liability.
Well, we have the opportunity to have this discussion because this property we're talking about on the bottom edge there, some of it's in the city of Redmond. Because as soon as you step outside that UGB, it's zoned EFU, is that correct?
I was curious, what is the capacity of the Bethlehem Inn at this point in time, and the one in Redmond, and how is it doing? I just was wondering if we could hear, just to know where, there's some place where people could go. How is that
We
working?
have somebody in the room that might know.
I know, I think she's back from her vacation.
Well,
So
please join us, thank you.
I just would appreciate it, Gwen.
Good morning, and thank you for the question. We are currently at about 50% capacity.
Oh, you have to identify
Oh,
yourself.
my
and
name is
everything.
Gwen Weisling. I'm the executive director at Bethlehem Inn, both here in Bend and Redmond. And we do have capacity. It is ever needed, and we're also here supporting all of the service providers and the collaborative efforts for specifically on this issue in Redmond, with Oasis Village, Shepherd's House, Jericho Road, and their ability to step forward and help in the support and management of a safe and supportive move to a location.
So you did say 50%, and your capacity is like 88%, is that right?
There's 88 beds total,
Okay.
yes.
88 beds, so you're really at 50% now. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for those.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being
So
here.
back to the UGB, so I think this is urban reserve, but also at the urban reserve, it's zoned as EFU, is that correct? Resource land, outside the edge? Yeah, so, I mean, we're in that same conundrum. We sent a letter to the governor saying, we'd like some flexibility here because we don't have authorization outside of a city to do anything on the rural lands, being resource lands. So that's why this, hatched area that's in the UGB is our opportunity to even make an offer, for any flexibility.
Well, there's lots of land inside the UGB. The question is, what is our intention? What are we trying to set up? And how many people can that accommodate the needs of? We were just talking about how the 12 acres is possibly able to accommodate 100 or 150 people. That is a substantial part of the need in this vicinity, both between the runway protection zone and the 137 acres. So we don't have a shortage of, in this quadrant of the city, we don't have a shortage of land available. I believe we just don't have a clear vision yet of what we are hoping to establish and what that's going to take to get it established.
Well, and that's why we're discussing it here as a Board of Commissioners. Thank you very much for helping us. As I say, so I support, looking at what opportunities might be on that dark green area in the south and working with the city on the Oasis Village and flex spaces. So, I mean, is there any other decisions for today?
Well, it is interesting that we were told that perhaps up to 30 people could go on the acre next to Les Schwab in Bend. So if we're talking about 10 or 12 acres here in this spot, 150 people, I know then you have to worry about the dynamics of the group, but it definitely seems like the ratio could work.
I guess for us, next steps, what we'll do is work with the service providers to continue this discussion and also start with the by name assessments. That'll give us more information. And then we could work with the service providers, develop more concrete options for the board, and return when we have more concrete options.
So Eric, do the people on East Antler, do they know that there are beds available in Redmond, just right down the street for them?
I don't know. I haven't talked to them.
Okay, I mean, I'm just thinking that if they actually have warm beds, just a couple of miles away, it would be nice if they knew that. Cheyenne, do you have feedback on that?
Sure. Our behavioral health teams and service providers do make frequent street outreach contact with individuals out there. My understanding from them is that often individuals who are encamped in these more rural areas may have like an RV or several personal vehicles that they're working on or provide some shelter. So there is hesitance often to go into a congregate shelter. Sometimes there are barriers to entry that include background checks. It can be challenging to identify the full range of shelter options that will be encourage individuals to come into shelter, into community, and connect with services. So one of the hopes we have is to build out that full ladder of options so that individuals who have an RV have a place that they can safely park. If they do want to come into congregate shelter or mass shelter, they can identify a place to store their personal vehicle and take advantage of that shelter option. And obviously, we're always wanting to look for connections to long-term housing. The goal is not temporary shelter.
Well, one lady I spoke to, she's like, well, I'll never leave my dogs. I've got 4 dogs, and I'm not going to leave my dogs, so I have my dogs with me. I mean, they just kind of hold on to this scenario, which isn't conducive to an overnight bed somewhere, or even a dense RV coordinated setting. So, lots of variables.
Yeah, I mean, if we're getting ready to leave this topic, I just want to say that I'm not supportive of us exploring unmanaged camp locations. I think that in the ideal world, there would be enough housing, there would be enough transitional housing, there would be enough shelter for all the people who need it. Until we get to that point, we are going to have a need to shelter some people outside. And I think that is most appropriately done in a managed camp type setting. And this is, there's not a lot of familiarity with this concept because we do not have a managed, authorized, planned, developed camp in Central Oregon. One of the best examples, I'll reiterate, I think one of the best examples in the state of Oregon is Medford Urban Campground number 1. One of the, this is a place that is, a fenced-in area right next to the Bear Creek Greenway, where they have room for 100 people to tent. When I first heard about this, my big question was, 100 people, that is a lot more than all the other best practices information that I've heard about. Like ideally you're keeping people in small groups of 15 or 20. That way there's bad actors can't kind of just hide in the mass, and the group dynamics are better. So when I went to visit Medford Urban Campground number 1, I asked them, how does this work? And they said that the key is that they have 24/7 management, and there are multiple service providers on site throughout the day, offering people a variety of services to help them on their pathway out of homelessness. And there is screening, and there are rules, and there's order in it, and it works well. The police chief of the city of Medford has said that the neighborhood is safer now with that camp. The fire chief said that the entire Rogue Valley is much safer because there's not people camping in the Bear Creek Greenway, which was the wick that carried the Almeda fire up the Rogue Valley and destroyed a couple of cities. So I just want to reiterate that I am not comfortable with the idea of exploring unmanaged, minimally developed camping areas.
Well, if we're trying to get to a vision like you're explaining right now, it seems like there's a path, there's a continuum, there's a step 1, step 2, step 3. So, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to what you're saying, but I don't know that we can go right to there. And it seems like we're not getting a lot done right now. We're all talking and studying and going in circles here. So setting this thing in a linear direction to even get to a vision that you're talking about, I think is where I would be at. So it's awkward when you kind of discount trying to make a step here, referring to a beautiful future in the end, but How do we get there?
Well, based on the proportions of things that we talked about today, I think we should have spent a lot more time talking about the 12 acres and a lot less time talking about the 45. That is, my thought
so
on how we, where we should be putting
The
our
city of Redmond
focus.
is offering to do that, and we're going to partner with them, and it's not for us to define it if they're going to take the lead, so we don't have much more to talk about then today. We want to empower Redmond to proceed as best as possible.
The most, the critical part is going to be how much does it cost and how are we going to
Yeah, and we don't have that information today.
Yeah.
But what did it cost, the fact that we can't get the land exchange done with the state? So that's another cost that's, it's out there. This is the 100 people, it's a good idea to talk to Redmond about that. And were they background checked too? You said they were screened, so I'm just wondering, were they background checked to keep 100 people together? But yeah, definitely it's 24/7. We've got to keep things, and I would think, the 45 is an interim step, and then we go to a lot more on our fabulous 12 acres that we've been talking about.
So 45 acre.
Right, to go
See,
there, just
yeah.
interim, and then, okay, we can actually,
So as I say, that's my same conclusion. We're trying to do something. And you're saying we want the rosy answer right now, but how do we get there?
Well,
And that's why we're talking about it.
I can tell you that if we indicate a willingness to put resources on the table, finding an operator, finding people who are willing to put time into planning and designing, that 12 acres will go a lot faster. So that is.
But that's all we've been doing is putting resources in this. I mean, we did a $12,000, engineering plan. We've got it to a point where city was able to take and say, okay, here's the footprint. Now, if we get utilities over, we are doing what you're talking about.
Commissioner Adair just cited what it's costing us, not being able to bring industrial manufacturers into that 137 acres. I'd also cite what it's costing us not being able to proceed with master planning for our Fair and Expo Center. And compared to those costs, $12,000, A, is not a whole lot of money. And
I'm not
B,
opposed to the $12,000. You're referring to a lot more
you,
future
you
resources.
you just said like we're spending all sorts of money, $12,000, and that is not a lot of money, and does not indicate a lot of priority or focus, in my opinion.
Thank you.
I think I've seen a lot of focus last night, and I feel like
Yeah.
we're coming together, and, we have a general direction which we need to go in, and the fact that there are 44 beds available in Redmond is nice to know, and I think anybody that we see that's homeless, please share that with them if they would so care to be part of Gwen's program. She's been part of our community for a long time, and I think she does an excellent job.
Any other clarity looking for?
No, I mean, our next steps are we'll reach out to the city of Redmond to get clarity on their request. We'll engage with the service providers and start with assessments that'll help us get a better sense of the needs. And we'll continue conversations with the board and come back with, after we talk to the service providers about options.
Great.
I mean, in terms of the, alternative county land, we'll continue that discussion. Obviously, there's concerns about liability, whether or not there would be a service provider. We can talk to the service providers to get their thoughts and input, and we'll continue those conversations.
And there's, that'll keep going. I'm very involved, and I'm excited about moving this forward. So, and this is good for us to be able to talk about this in a public setting like this and really get some information out and direction.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, item number 7. So switching gears here, annual update from Economic Development for Central Oregon, our very business-like partner doing traded sector recruiting, retention, and expansion efforts all across the Tri-County area. See, I'm already advertising for you. Let's make sure that the legislature knows we got large lot available in Redmond for big stuff. Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm John Stark, Chief Executive Officer, Economic Development for Central Oregon, known as EDCO. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you for your leadership on the preceding agenda item. Sensitive subject, but an important one related to the work that we do. So thank you each for your deliberation and thoughts going forward to try and relieve some of that property for market. So thank you very much.
Stephanie might want to introduce too to start this. So
Yep, please go ahead, Stephanie. I'm so used to just walking up and grabbing the microphone. Please, Stephanie.
Thanks, John. For the record, Stephanie Robinson, Administrative Services. So Economic Development of Central Oregon, EDCO, is here today to provide the board with an annual status update on the use and outcomes of awarded video lottery funds over the past year and make a request for FY24 economic development funding. In the past, this presentation was done closer to budget week, but we've moved it earlier this year to better align with the video lottery budget development process. So I'll turn it back over to John.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. I already introduced myself, and with me today, 2 of the 5 folks that do business development in the communities of Redmond and Sisters. The other 3 are Venture Catalyst. Our Bend Area Director and Patricia Lucas down in Lapine had previously scheduled events and could not be here today. So I'll let the 2 joining me introduce themselves as well.
Yeah, good morning, commissioners.
Oh, just leave it on. Yeah, so that's in case you have to cough, you push the button.
It is on. Okay, the light wasn't lit. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, commissioners. Good to see you again. I think the 3rd time in a week. Steve Curley, Director for Redmond Economic Development.
It's only Wednesday.
It's only Wednesday.
Good morning, Commissioners. Eric Strobel, EDCO Sisters.
Great to be here today. Commissioners, again, John Stark, CEO, Economic Development for Central Oregon. Appreciate the opportunity to be before you today, talk about some of our recent work, and then talk to you about our budget. Most of you have been engaged in economic development through our board meetings. A couple of board members present in the room today, Commissioner Chang, as well as Deputy Director of the county, Eric Kropp, and of course, past president and Commissioner DeBone of EDCO as well. So you're pretty familiar with our work. I know there are members of the budget committee that are also potentially on today, and so I wanted to just recognize that we're going to be providing this in conjunction with the budget request. And so before you there is a slide, an outline on the left of the things we want to talk about, really about our role, our mission, the team, the EDCO model, a little bit about employment growth and recovery. I had about 6 slides on the economy, but I needed to cut that back a little bit, so I summarized in a couple of slides. Some national recognition, our recent work on the table setting side, pending projects, so that's what's in the hopper for us for delivering capital investment jobs on the high desert here, particularly in Deschutes County. Some headwinds that we're seeing both in the traded sector and within our organization, then our budget request, which is actually at the top right of the slide here. And so what we're proposing this year, and I'll break this down for you as to what's behind this budget request, but we're requesting this year $306,000, I gotta be able to see it with my glasses, 085, which is an increase of about $26,000. And again, your investment really goes into delivering substantive solutions to the county's traded sector businesses here in the area, which tend to pay the higher wages here in the community, of which 3 of the 4 private sector businesses that employ people, non-utility businesses of your property taxpayers, are traded sector businesses that we have helped through numerous years. Lonza, Deschutes Brewery, and PCC Slosher up in Redmond. So certainly work that attributes to some revenues for the county. As you know, our mission is to create a strong base of middle-class jobs to help diversify our regional economy here. We do that through Move, Start, Grow, helping companies move into the region through recruitment efforts, local companies to grow, whether they're large or small. We do serve companies that are 1 or 2 employees, and some are that are 0 that become 1 or 2 employees. And then grow, helping our local business community in the traded sector grow as well. And so moving on, the team that supports the overall region, there's 15 of us. We do have a vacant position, myself, and support staff at the regional office that do events, marketing, membership, administrative support. And then we also have folks in the community. I mentioned our Bend Area Director, our Venture Catalyst supporting the START portion of our business, and then our local directors, 2 of which are before you here, and then a person on contract up in Lapine. and then also our venture catalyst, as I'd mentioned. Moving on, we also have support admin staff for both the Ready office. We run a YCC program that's funded by East Cascades Works. That's a conglomeration of state, district, school district money, and some private sector funds as well. There are 3 people in that department. And so our budget request really goes to support 6 different departments within EDCO, and that's what you're seeing up here. So we're kind of a hub and spoke model with the regional office in the middle. I mentioned YCC in the upper left-hand quadrant there at about 11 o'clock. Ready. We're working with Jefferson County and Madras to possibly launch another program up there. PEDCO, which is Crook County, BDAB, which is your Bend efforts here, SLED, I mentioned Sun River and Lapine, and then Sisters, which is here before you in our Venture Catalyst. Talking about some of the things that are happening in the economy today, so on this slide is a picture of the unemployment rates across the counties of Oregon. You may have seen in a paper today, we held study in January, seasonally adjusted unemployment rate of 4.4%, although the county did see some job losses as a result of kind of the end of the holiday season in retail, construction, logging, as well as professional services. Those latter 2 largely tied to some slowing of the housing market, which you would predict with the interest rates going up. Needless to say, our job market is still hot. There are still a large number of vacant positions. Ask any employer in the region, and it's difficult to find people. There's 1.5 job listings today through OED for every job seeker. And so more jobs than people despite some of those losses. Additionally, I'll call out that our GDP growth grew in the 3rd and 4th quarter after 2 quarters of some losses, but they're predicting a bit flatter, 0.5 or less than 1% for quarter 1. We'll see if that rings true. And then also on the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about some job activity in the state. The Oregon Office of Economic Analysis, the economist Josh Lerner, has revised his earlier job loss predictions to show some slower growth as a result of how the economy's tending to shape up. Specifically, I'll call out that he noted it sort of a soft landing and continued expansion in the near term. And then I think it's important to note that county employment hit an all-time high on the seasonally adjusted in December. So before those job losses that happened in January, we had an all-time high for employed people in Deschutes County. And so things are moving along pretty good. Obviously,
John,
we're watching.
I thought you were talking about how many employees the county has, but our.
Sorry.
Yes, and I'm going like.
Employed people within.
I know, it is, but we still need people at 911, so I have to get that plug in.
Sure, great.
Okay.
You have vacancies at the 911 department.
Yes, and, it gets really busy in the summer for that department. I mean, it's busy all year round, but that's what we really worry about.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. You're not the only one. Many of our employers are seeking people today. Inflation is slowing a bit, largely due to some key goods and services pricing coming down a bit, and energy largely tied to lower costs at the pump. And so we are seeing that slow a bit. We'll have to watch what the feds do to respond to that. And then indices, recognition over the last few years. These are just indices from various folks that look at the performance of communities, namely metros. So obviously the U.S. Census, we've been recognized by Advisor Smith and Milken Institute and Smart Asset over the years. Really looked at job creation, entrepreneurship, resiliency of communities. One of the more recent one was the Wallet Hub Best and Worst Small Cities to Start a Business, which really looked at the average growth and the number of small businesses, as well as access to capital. And Redmond ranked 16th, Bend 17th of over 1,300 metros. So we still continue to see national and persistent recognition for the region here in terms of a place to operate a business. This work doesn't really materialize if we don't do some things to set the table. We do that through some of the workforce development work that we do. I mentioned YCC, Youth Career Connect, is our internship program presently operating in Bend, Redmond, and in Madras. Collectively, the program has I gotta be able to try and see that far up there. I don't have it memorized. Over 300 or nearly 300 students engaged, over 300, excuse me, intern requests, 88 and 80 placements in internships. We expect to be well over 150 internship placements throughout the region. And we are in partnership with East Cascades Works to deliver that. We also do events, which is a large portion of our income. The Bend Venture Conference, our annual luncheon that's coming up. I've got a date for you in the next click, as well as our pub talks that happen 8 times a year. We take that on the road many times during the summer as well, which has been very well attended, supporting our entrepreneurship. And then our work, critical work in air service development, working with the airlines and the partners you see up on the screen there. Our priorities there are trying to get the Portland service back. We're optimistic that perhaps in 2024 we might be able to do that, and a connection to Dallas-Fort Worth, which we've got a small community air service grant to do that. The largest challenge that we have facing us there is pilot shortage, much like the labor shortage. There's simply not enough pilots for those shorter routes, and it's more difficult to access newer routes as well. So that's happening across the main aircraft.
Well, I know Hillsborough Air or somebody was doing pilot training, and Redmond was an alternative site for them. So we're even doing it on the ground, doing trainings.
That's right. So Hillsborough Aero does train pilots for Alaska Airlines. So it's nice for them to be able to see that we've got a great airport here and hopefully attract somebody to serve that Portland destination again. And then the political advocacy, both at the local and state level, and I'll get more into that after this next click. And that's just that I wanted to mention that our annual luncheons for Ready are planned for March 21st, the SLED annual luncheon April 11th, and then the EDCO annual luncheon, where we'll have national economists come in and provide some more information related to some of the numbers that I've shared here. So moving on the legislative advocacy side of things, this is our legislative agenda. We're working with LOC, AOC, of course, your trade association, the Oregon Business Council, and the Oregon Economic Development Association to help extend sunsets for the Regional Significant Industrial Site Program, RISIS, the Enterprise Zone Program, which includes the long-term rural and the CIP program, a portion of that, as well as opposing certain bills that negatively affect our ability for our traded sector companies to remain profitable in the state. I won't go into the details of that. This has been circulated through the board packets as of today, and we can talk more about that offline. Moving on, I mentioned the Bend Venture Conference. That was a major event for us. We deployed over $600,000 to 7 winning companies. Those are their logos on the right-hand side, from numerous industries, from pharmaceuticals to lifestyle products, which included consumer goods and pharmaceuticals. 2 of those companies were Central Oregon companies, 4 were Oregon companies, and that provides a catalyst for us to recruit companies as well and expose the region as a place that entrepreneurship can happen. And then talking about recent work and table setting, serving local businesses. These are some examples of businesses that we've served in the past year. And suffice to say, our local directors are out in the field, both assisting local companies. Year to date through 2022, we assisted 590 companies on a target of 600. And then met with individually through business retention, expansion, and start meetings over 600 businesses on a target of 600 businesses. So we definitely get out and understand the pulse of our local business community, what types of challenges they face, and then provide substantive solutions to help them expand and grow jobs here in the region. Moving on, this is our target industries, largely around advanced manufacturing, as well as high technology, lifestyle products that include outdoor gear and apparel, food and beverage products, other consumer goods, scientific, which includes bioscience, medical device, and pharmaceuticals, and then management of companies, kind of your headquarters, and then call center type activities as well. So these are the industries that we target and we're tracking related to our recruitment and grow efforts. So moving into that, what are we tracking? So this is our pending projects pipeline. This is companies that have said we're going to do something in the next year. This is a percentage of type of projects. So you can see we've got a large number of grow projects, 44%, 25% of those projects are start projects, and 31% are move projects, of 144 projects region-wide. 130 of those are I have a number coming up for Deschutes County. I may have just missed that number by a little bit, but a large portion of those are here in Deschutes County. Now, that slide shouldn't look like that. I have no idea why that looks like that.
Go back and try it again.
That slide does not look like that on my presentation. Well, I'm glad the next slide doesn't look like that. So what I was showing you there, attempting to, and you may have this been sent to you by Stephanie prior to this presentation, but 113 of the 144 projects are in Deschutes County, and if all those projects, they're pending. So they've told us that, you know, we're going to do something in the next year, and they're in the final stages of either making a decision or launching their project. Some are under construction. If those all came to fruition, it'd create about 3,400 jobs and $1 billion worth of capital investment. We know they don't all come true. About 70% of our start projects and grow projects become reality in a given year, and about 20% of our move projects. But suffice to say that a large percent of those projects are pending here for Deschutes County. And then the next slide kind of breaks this down by industry, led by the lifestyle products, advanced manufacturing, and then later scientific, and then a smaller percentage in those headquarter operations and technology. So this is a breakdown of the industry that's within that pending projects pipeline. Continuing on, how we continue to reinforce that pipeline, obviously that outreach that we do to local businesses, but also in the past year we've changed the way that we go out to find new leads. The county wanted to see us turn the volume down just a little bit, be more strategic in how we approach that, largely due to the housing demand that we have. If we had a 1,000-employee company and come in today, how do we find locations for them to live? The subject matter has been up here before. So we switched that, made investments in a different way, in a more strategic way, with a company called Algify that we recruited out of Barcelona, Spain a few years ago. They're using algorithmic data to launch strategic ads into CEOs' inboxes. To date, we have, through December, we have 22 leads that have been processed through that. We're in dialogue about siting in Central Oregon with one of those companies, and then we're researching and reaching out to the others to see if we can get some dialogue started, because they hit us and they say we're interested, but then we've got to follow up to get a conversation going. We're in follow-up with those remaining 21. And then we're retargeting about 3,000 more. So a new technology that, frankly, is cutting edge. No one else is doing this in the country that we're aware of. Continuing on, this is the enterprise zone activity for Deschutes County. There's 3 zones in the county. 2 of those have 2 geographic areas, so that's why we have 4 local managers for the enterprise zone. This is not in the contract for services for Deschutes County, but this is something we can do to help optimize the performance of that, working with your county assessors. Presently, we have 4 zone managers, 70 active authorizations supporting 58 companies. So some company has multiple authorizations, and the anticipated jobs is 839 presently. Some of those companies have already invested, started operations, but until they report, we don't know what the actual jobs created. The same with the capital investment, which the capital investment projection is over $266 million within the current active authorizations. And then getting to done deal for the region, this is activity for the year-over-year results. Done deals, you'll see that the last 2 years we've had a bit of lag. That's because some of these projects are taking longer for us to move out of the pending projects. But we still had a pretty good year, comparatively speaking. We've had some quarters, much like all of last year. However, again, the challenges we're facing is time, right? Materials availability, materials cost. Labor availability, both to construct the business and the business to be ready to expand. Sometimes we've had companies have to redo their capital stack in relationship to the interest rates today. You've heard some of that this week. And so, again, it's an uphill battle to move these projects from pending into done deals today. Permit timing is also playing a role in that, because we've had some staff shortages in the permit departments as well at the local communities where those are being served. And I know that you've seen some of that as well. So again, a lot more work goes into a done deal today. This is the number of done deals by community, so you can kind of see the activities by community. Again, Bend does have move, start, and grow wrapped up into those done deals, as do the others, but there's a large percentage of done deals that are start as well. And then moving on, this is the job creation over those done deals. So over 300 jobs created from those done deals in 2022, largely in this third and fourth quarter related to the fiscal year. You can see the difference between the projected jobs and the actual jobs. Those will change more when the enterprise zone reporting comes in as of April 1st, because that's when they report to us and say, hey, you know, we created this many jobs. Until that time, it's projected. And the reason there's a delta there now is because some of those companies aren't all enterprise zone companies, but those numbers may go up, just like their capital investment numbers may go up from projected to actual with those enterprise zone reports. And then here's a breakdown of the done deals as well, largely led by the lifestyle products and the advanced manufacturing products as well. There's quite a few other, and that's because Lapine, smaller community, and smaller communities, they get engaged in things that are non-traded sector, and in order to help support the community with jobs and provide essential services. So a few of those others are some activities up in Lapine where the community is asked that they participate and support non-traded sector business development projects, and others just don't fit into those 5 categories as our target industries. And then moving on, these are some of the headwinds. I have just a couple more slides for you here. These are some of the headwinds that we face in the region. Our traded sector are sort of the external headwinds. I mentioned materials costs and availability, both construction and raw materials. Labor shortages influenced by housing costs, childcare, rising wages, for example. Interest rates and access to capital, lack of available space and shovel-ready lots. We do have some pretty good space available, as indicated earlier, but those aren't shovel-ready lots. So we're working with the state to provide resources to help us make those shovel-ready. And then permit timing has played a role in that as well. And then internal, these are some of the headwinds that we're facing in this organization. Rising demand for our services. You can see the enterprise zone numbers being up pretty substantially. That's a big chunk of reporting that we have to bring in each March and April, and it takes a lot to manage that program. Our local directors can probably put a number to it, but when I did that work, it was about 20% of my job to manage an enterprise zone. It's harder to get deals done, despite that we've got 75 years plus experience doing business development within our team, serving business development in the region. And then wages pressure due to inflation and market competition. Our good people are exposed to job opportunities when they're out in front of these businesses. And then retaining our talent. Event attendance and revenues are still rebounding from the pandemic. And then economic uncertainty related to some of our private sector investment, membership acquisition, and so forth, which I'll get into a bit more on this final slide. How am I doing on time?
I think we're pretty flexible. I mean,
okay.
Or through whatever.
Great. Well, this is the important slide. This is kind of the budget breakdown for you. So our current 22-23 Deschutes County funding was $279,450 for this fiscal year, which was a 3.5% increase over the prior year. We had requested that last year. We had met with staff. They said that, we think we can accommodate about a 3.5% increase, so we proceeded with that. Your budget process starts before ours does. And so we'll be starting that, later this month. And that'll start with a salary survey to confirm where we're at with salaries. When I did that salary survey last year, I found that we were behind market rate substantially. And so we had to make a market rate adjustment, and we wanted to do that in 2 phases. One, to get to average in this current fiscal year through last year's budget approval. And then 2, to make a market rate adjustment to get between the median and the 75th percentile, about the 36th percentile. So if you had 100 people in line that all were in this career in this industry by position, they'd be about 36. Not top wages, not middle of the road wages, but somewhere between middle of the road and top wages. So that we want to do in this current fiscal year, in the next fiscal year that we're proposing this budget for. In order to make that first market rate adjustment in 23-24, our budget took a 10% increase. So Deschutes County was able to accommodate 3.5%, but we had to take that 10% increase. That's about a 15% increase in payroll costs and about an 8% increase in materials cost. That's how that wrapped up into the 10%. So EDCO's current fiscal year budget's about $1.96 million, and that was a 10% increase over the previous.
John?
Please.
I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this, and I noticed it on the first slide. It actually should be 26,635. But the other thing totals, I don't know. If you take the 306,085 minus 279,450, it should be 26,635.
That might have been a 3 o'clock in the morning, John Stark, one eye open guy, so.
Well, I'm looking at the other chart, and I'm going like, I don't know where it happened, but yeah.
I did have this checked after that,
Oh,
but.
she found a $30.
I know, I'm like, wait, it's only $30, but I'm sitting here going, oh, it's always, it's like, that's what I need to do is look at like.
Yep, well,
I mean, I might not be part of EDCO, but yes, $30. You found another
It might have
$30.
been 3 o'clock in the morning, which is no joke, by the way.
You work at 3.
Again, our budget request for this year is 306,85, and how that's broken down is we're trying to make up the 6.5% that the county couldn't absorb last year. Plus, because we haven't gone through the budget, we're looking at a CPI increase. We just used the current CPI January to January, which is 6.4%. But we're only passing that 6.4% on to the local offices because through the budget process, after you approve 3.5%, we are able to go to our local programs such as Sisters, Ready, and Lapine, as well as, we couldn't go to BDAB because they're on a 2-year budget cycle. We were able to go to those local programs and ask for them to increase some of their payments for contract for services. So in the spreadsheet that you see here, we're only looking at a 6.4% CPI to local programs. So that's Lapine, Redmond, Bend, the Venture Catalyst, and Sisters. And then a combination of the CPI and making up the 6.5 that we left from last year for the regional office. So that's why there's a difference in percentage across the board. Now, this is a request. Again, more demand for our services. We left some money out there last year. We want to be able to absorb that for you, but our work has continued to be in high demand. And in order to maintain a quality and skilled staff, we've got to be able to pay them at least market rate. So we're optimistic that we can make another budget amendment to get them into that target. I have to run the salary surveys yet for this year, which honestly aren't even available until March anyways, and that's why we start the budget process during that time. And so some things that we've been doing I'll leave you with this, some things we've been doing to balance the revenue streams. So most of you know we increased our membership dues by 30% on average across all of our levels. We hadn't done that in the lower levels, bronze and individual, for about 4 years, and have been over a decade in our higher levels. We also set new membership goals, and year-to-date through December, we were on track with meeting those goals. And then we're targeting a new event series, again, to offset some of the public sector requests. So we're kind of doing our part across the revenue streams that we have to get to these newer budget numbers. And we're asking today that you help share the sort of the piece of that that we can. So again, I'm happy to take any questions, but I also want to turn it over to my colleagues here to see if they have anything they'd like to add related to our performance this year.
John, I have a question
Please.
for the group. So because of all this economic uncertainty and the fact that 21 was 15 done deals and 19 and 22, what are we projecting for 23? How does that look?
Well, the good thing is that some of these projects are already under construction. So if you were to go drive some of the sites that are actually in the pending projects, for example, Steve has at least 2 that are under construction up in Redmond. So we know those are going to happen, and the buildings are already vertical. That would be the case in some of our other communities, Bend, and we know that some of those projects are about to break ground. Permit, again, timing is critical to some of those. In terms of the projections, I haven't actually gone through the list, but I think it'll look much like 22, maybe a little bit better. Obviously, you had a project before you yesterday that we're trying to get onto the ground as well, and that would create a lot of jobs to our goal. Our goal for the 3-year planning period was 1,050 jobs, which is about 200 jobs less than it was the preceding 3-year planning period. And so incrementally, I think the year might look much like 2022 did, maybe a little better. Depends on what happens with the economy. There's still uncertainty there for us.
But Mike's Pizza does make pizza, though, so that's
Yes,
really.
they do.
Yeah, so that's
You
the
bet.
great news.
And if you go to any Safeway, you can pick one up. I've got one in my freezer.
Okay.
I've got one in my freezer.
I have one in my freezer now.
Here we go.
Picked
See?
one up last night or the night before. Is the desire for companies to move here and to be here does not even though we're facing, the economy's up and down and these headwinds, people still want to relocate their businesses to Central Oregon. We are in demand. It's just, what are the pressures that are either going to slow those down or change the timeline of when those projects happen? So that's a real positive.
Nick? Yeah. Commissioner, yeah.
It's just kind of a mundane dollars question for staff. So we cover these costs out of lottery funds, and I'm curious what the projections are for this coming year. And I know that in some of the recent years there's been very strong lottery activity. So if we didn't increase this year, like that's not necessarily a barrier to meeting this request. But besides just to kind of understand what the projection is for this year, it'd be helpful to know whether the reserve has been growing or shrinking for the lottery fund in the last couple of years. And if you don't have the numbers off the top of your head, if we could look into that, and then in the foreseeable future to help us think about this request, that would be helpful.
I can definitely look into that. That's part of my prep for the video lottery budget allocation, so I'll work with finance, and I can provide some trends of what's happened over the past few years.
Nick?
I'll just follow up. I was anticipating this question and coordinating with Whitney, just asking if the projected increases could cover the proposed increase, not getting ahead of the board, but certainly it appears that the projections could cover the proposed increase from EDCO, but that'll be a board decision.
And there'll be a public meeting in about a month where we just lay out the whole video lottery fund and go down line by line, because we do a lot of different things with those dollars. So yeah, that'll be a public meeting before our budget. So, and basically once we come to a consensus on what we're going to do with those dollars, that'll be the number. So you'll know in a month.
Great. We'll look forward to an invitation to that so we can.
Oh, you can watch it online. It's just a work session about doing it, yeah.
Can I ask
please.
a question? John, you were going to turn it over to your colleagues for any comments or questions. Well, yeah. I have a question, because our Board of Commissioners this evening is meeting with the Sister City Council. Any snapshot of what we can go into that meeting with some preparation, because there's been some transitions in Sisters over the past year, and so any information that might help the board as we go into the meeting this evening.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, great. I was going to talk about the industrial space that we're seeing go up in Sisters. When I worked 15 years ago in Sisters with EDCO, there was no space, no land. You're dead in the water, pretty much, right? To have any kind of company expand or come to the community. Companies that were expanding went to Redmond, right? So that's all changed. We've got 46,000 square feet coming online in 2023, maybe a little bit into 2024. We have 50,000 square feet at the Laird buildings, which, we're hoping to turn lemons into lemonade on that and get some good companies in those buildings. And then 12,000 feet of office that's brand new. So I'm excited about that. And what that does is it spurns expansions. Some of the best loved businesses in Sisters, Sisters Coffee just expanded with the new building. Sisters Bakery is expanding. Sister Smokehouse is expanding to Redmond.
Yeah.
And also in Sisters. They're going to have a lot more production capability in Sisters. They bought that Antler building on Cascade. Everyone knows that building. So they're going to expand into that.
The log building.
Yeah, yep. And Personalized Nutrients is expanding as well. They're going to be adding 40 employees after that expansion. So it's really exciting to see that. We hosted a couple roundtables with the businesses, and out of that came three main concerns, and not surprising: daycare, transportation, and housing. We worked on the transportation side of things, and Commute Options has an incredible van pool program, which nobody really knew about. And we've got Personalized Nutrients using that, and Metabolic Maintenance, bringing 6 employees from Prineville, Redmond, Bend each, with an SUV. They work with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. It's an incredible, in your travels, please make sure people know about that. And then table setting. You know, John mentioned table setting. I'm involved. You know, in a small community, you're involved in everything. Daycare is a real big one right now. We had a round table on Monday with working on some projects for the homeless issue with the coordinated group, and so I'm involved in that as well. But no, I think things are great in Sisters. I mean, I've been welcomed with open arms. The city staff is really easy to work with, and we have a great relationship.
Yep, we'll be there tonight.
Yeah, we'll see you tonight.
That's
Yeah.
good.
And Sisters is where the EDCO board meeting is for Commissioner Chang and Deputy Director Kropp. And so there'll be a Sisters update there as well. Answer to your question too, Nick, I think you heard about transportation, right? So Commute Options is a great program. They receive some funds to help augment and support some of these solutions, but also I know that transit is something that's very important, particularly when gas prices are where they are, to get people to and from that community that are employed. And then you heard about the expansion in space, so advocating for additional industrial land. The work that's happening, the buildings that are going up, is because of some work that was done a decade or two ago, and I know the county was involved in that, much like you are up in Redmond. So that's important work in terms of the joint jurisdictional opportunities in helping us do economic development. Without that land,
Right.
those buildings aren't up. The same conversation you're having on the preceding agenda item. So there are developers willing to build. We talked to yet another developer this week that's looking at putting up space up in Redmond. So, Steve,
And
you want to
shout out to Capriel Lewis, who was my predecessor in Sisters, for setting the table for all of this really to happen. So appreciate that.
Steve, you have anything to add?
Well, similar to what Eric, I was just going to highlight, childcare. We have a Redmond childcare task force that is focused on bringing new childcare slots. I serve on the group that is helping to get those funds previously allocated by our previous governor into the system to where folks are expanding childcare. There's actually a bill that I believe State Senator Knopp will be introducing that would allocate public funds for publicly owned facilities that would allow private management of those facilities. That's been a successful model in the past, and if that goes forward, they're looking at doing 2 to 3 projects in Central Oregon to pilot that, which would be awesome. One of the biggest challenges in child care is finding and maintaining a facility at the level it needs to be maintained in order to serve the kids, and this would kind of take that number out of the equation and allow the business to focus on the business of childcare, be able to pay their people, be able to manage what they're charging, because some of these other costs are managed. So that's something that I don't have a bill number, but I know that that's being introduced. So that is work that has come out of the Redmond Child Care Task Force group. And then also focusing on the homeless issue. Last night, I briefly saw you meeting in Redmond. I was not able to stay, but talking about, the availability of land and moving that forward as well. So those are just a couple things to add to John's presentation. He gave you a lot of numbers. I won't give you any more numbers.
So big picture, it's exciting that we might be past boom and bust cycles of tourism and residential construction, right? I mean, that was Central Oregon's model since the 80s. So hopefully we've diversified past that a little bit more resilient to economic downturn. So I really like that opportunity. And then future, maybe the employment challenges and these new generation of companies looking for efficiencies and automation. So my point is EDCO could probably be a real good partner for a small business thinking, okay, I'm not able to hire the next 1, 2, or 3 people, but what can we do to automate something or look for efficiencies in our operations? So, being the experts at the table to help small businesses survive and thrive in a changing environment.
And what's interesting about, sorry, John, that scenario is that does maybe not create as many jobs because of technology, but it creates higher paying jobs in order to maintain and run that equipment, the engineering, and all that. So it still does create jobs. It's just different types of jobs that are usually higher paying, which is obviously what we're focused on.
And in a world where there's 1.5 jobs for every available workers, it's not a bad thing to get more productivity out of each employee. While we, you briefly touched on your legislative agenda, and we've briefly discussed lottery funds. I actually wanted to put those two things together and mention that there is a bill that the county has been looking at that would provide a greater amount of lottery funds for county fairs around the state. As to the best of my knowledge, they haven't specified how those funds would be offset. And since we are talking about how many lottery dollars the county gets that we can consider deploying to investments like EDCO, it may be something that's worth looking into on your end, and if you have input on, who would be cut in order to accommodate greater fair investments around the state from lottery funds, you might weigh in on that.
Do you have a House bill or Senate bill number for that?
House Bill 2510, I believe.
Thank you.
And Senator Bonham has one also. I don't know that number by heart.
I mean, I have a lot of concerns about it because, some of the other things that come out of lottery, the lottery pool are schools, parks, economic development, veterans. There are a lot of things that from our Fair and Expo director has told us that these additional dollars are not so critical for our fairgrounds, but they would make a big difference for fairs in other counties. And if they're not critical for our fairgrounds, then I do have concerns about where those dollars would come out of.
Appreciate that, Commissioner. Anything that's related to tourism, including but not limited to the fairgrounds, helps expose our region to visitors. And a large portion of the companies that site here were visitors first, whether they were here for a wrestling tournament or another event at the fairgrounds, or they were here in Bend, visiting downtown. You can understand our bias to economic development within lottery funds. When that fund was first created, it was solely for economic development, and over the years has been chipped away at for various programs, and certainly reasonably socially responsible programs as well. But at the end of the day, the fuel that sort of funds in a two-tax state our coffers is economic development. So we're a bit biased to trying to continue to keep that strong in our state because it's one of the few sources of funds that are direct to economic development. I appreciate your perspective on that, and again, I'll take a look at those bills per your recommendation. Last thing I'll add is we've been asked to submit a written request for these funds where Commissioner Adair, we can get the numbers corrected and drop the $30 at maybe a bit tip for waking up too early this morning, but thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
See you tonight.
Good to see you again.
Oh, yes. Tonight at 5 p.m.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe we'll have another little blizzard like last
Yeah,
night.
it's supposed to be like that. But you'll be a lot closer to home.
I'm very close to home, yes. I can even ride my horse.
Moisture we can get right now.
Yep, all the rain is good, snow is good. Item number 8, notice of intent to award contract for Deschutes Market Hamehook Road Intersection Improvements Project. Cody.
Morning, everyone. For the record, Cody Smith, County Engineer and Assistant Road Department. The Deschutes Market Road, Hamehook Road Roundabout Project is identified in the county's 2010-2030 Transportation System Plan as a high priority project due to safety and capacity concerns. The Road Department and the county's design consultant, Harper Hoff Peterson Regelis, began design of the project back in summer of 2001. Department and the consultant completed the design here in January of this year, and the project was advertised for bids on February 1st. Bids were received and opened by the department on February 22nd. 6 responsive bids were received. I want to note there was an error on the staff report that said 7 bids. 7 bids were received. Unfortunately, 1 bid was deemed not responsive because the contractor did not meet the pre-qualification requirements. So board, before you this morning is a notice of intent to award contract to Bar 7A Companies of Redmond, Oregon in the amount of $1,645,597. Publishing of the executed notice of intent to award will begin a 1-week protest period for interested parties to protest award of the contract. If no protests are received during that period, the contract will be awarded administratively. Project construction is anticipated to begin in late April, and the contract completion date is September 30th of this year. Public will be notified of traffic impacts associated with the project through media releases, including our weekly road construction update that's issued every week, as well as variable message boards that will be out on the project, updates on our website, and updates on tripcheck.com. The total estimated project cost is $2.4 million all in, including engineering, right-of-way costs, illumination costs, and construction costs. I do want to note that $300,000 of that total $2.4 million includes costs for relocation and improvements to Avion Water Company facilities within the project. I'll be presenting the board with an agreement with Avion here in the near future for them to reimburse us for that work. Again, that's about $300,000 work. So the total of just the county's portion of the project estimated cost is $2.1 million. And with that, I will turn it back over to the board, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any thoughts or questions?
It's great to see how much below the engineer's estimate this bid came in. Is there any insights from that about what's going on in these markets, or is it just there was healthy competition for this contract and we got a low bid?
I think the latter, what you said there, we had pretty good competition. I think this was just an optimum time. A lot of contractors here locally looking for a project like this to get on their docket for this year. So we had pretty good competition, fairly tight bids, not a huge spread with the bids that we received.
Thanks.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move approval of chair's signature of document number 2023-059, a notice of intent to award a contract for the Deschutes Market Road, Hamhock Road intersection improvement project.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you very much, Cody.
Thank you, Cody.
At this time, item number 9, deliberations regarding a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, a meadery, in the exclusive farm use zone on Highway 97 near Sisters. Nathaniel, thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Oh, nice big formats today.
This is everything that's included in the packet.
Yep, understood.
Thank you.
Big. Thank you.
And I believe I get to congratulate you next week for being with the county for quite a while.
Yes. 5 years.
Yes, thank you.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Nathaniel Miller, Associate Planner with the Planning Division. Today, the Board is tasked with determining if a proposed meadery or honey winery will comply with the applicable apply with the applicable sections of the Deschutes County Code. Some brief background: staff conditionally approved this application. That decision was appealed within the 12-day appeal period, and a public hearing with a hearings officer was held. The hearings officer denied the application, and that decision was again appealed. The Board of County Commissioners held a public hearing on January 25th, and the board heard additional testimony. The record was closed at the conclusion of the hearing. Several points of objection were raised by the applicant. Staff has prepared a memo in preparation for board deliberations, including a summary of those objection topics and a table to assist the board in decision-making. There are 7 key issues that require the board to determine if the applicant has met the approval criteria, and 1 issue the board may choose to address but will not affect the approval or denial of the proposal. For reference, the 150th day on which the county must take final action on this application is April 13th, 2023. There are 36 days remaining on the clock. In today's deliberation, the board will determine if the applicants have met the applicable criteria. Staff will then draft a written decision based on the board's findings and interpretations. In either case, the written decision will be prepared for the board's signatures at a future business meeting prior to the April 13th deadline. If the board is ready, we can discuss the decision matrix at the end of the memo.
So that statement was just referring to, we may be making a decision today, but the paper decision in writing is the signed version of a final decision.
That's correct.
Great. Yeah, let's work through the matrix. I want to thank everybody for the involvement in this, some inputs to the record, and now we're ready to go.
Okay. If I may, there are 8 individual issue areas for the decision, but staff would like to address the procedural related issue first. This item is on page 5 of the decision matrix. It's on page 5 and is listed as item number 5. So this item pertains to the email that we received from Matt Cohen on January 25th. So recent conversations with legal counsel have updated our understanding of this issue and options for the board, specifically a third option that may exist for this issue area for decision. So to give you a short summary of the timeline of events, the board held the hearing on January 25th. During that time, we received an email from Matt Cohen, and that was received in our servers in a timely fashion. The record was then closed by the Board of County Commissioners at the end of the public hearing. Staff realized that we had received this email, and staff uploaded it to the record and labeled that this was received during the public hearing. So after it was uploaded to the record, we received objections from the applicant's attorney stating some objectives, specifically that this specific piece of entry was not permitted to be considered because it doesn't conform with our procedures ordinance Title 22. However, staff understands this email to be a record item. It was entered into a SELA and into the record appropriately. The applicant has entered their position in opposition after the record was closed. So in looking at this third option, in consultation with legal counsel, this item can remain as a record item without reopening the record. And staff will look for input from legal counsel as to the first thing, which would be the objections that were received by the applicant's attorney that were received after the record had been closed. But then secondly, any input they might have on the specific topic.
So yeah, let's make sure we're real clear on what was going on here. So as I say, what you just explained to me, and maybe Dave can help. So we were in a public hearing. We said the public hearing was closed in this room during a public hearing, and then this came in through email. Can you give us a little more?
Right. Well, Dave Doyle, County Counsel. The subject email was received at a point in time when the record was still open. And so legal department's position is that that was a valid submission into the record, that it was timely received. And the fact that it came in the 11th and a half hour, while maybe not ideal, doesn't change the fact that it was timely received. And the fact that the applicant felt they didn't have time or opportunity to respond to it, that's an unfortunate issue, a timing issue, but councils were somewhat concerned if you could carry that to an extreme, and then it becomes this gamesmanship where applicants and appellants are seeing who can get their piece of paper in, at the very last moment before records close, and we don't think that's really a good path for us as a county to go down. It was a timely submission, and it's in the record. It's something you can consider, and get whatever weight, if any weight, you choose to give to it, and that's typical with all items of evidence that come into the record before you as the decision maker.
So then if we acknowledge this as it's in the record, and then we're the hearings body, we read the content, but neither party's been responded to it per se.
Essentially, yeah, to the extent that there wasn't any discussion about it during the public hearing.
I'm just thinking, I mean, if we do accept it today, can we kind of process it real time right here, or what does that look like? Or do we need to open up the record again for?
Well, no, that's legal's position, is you don't need to open up the record. You can consider it and give it whatever weight you choose to give it, as any other piece of evidence in the record. The fact that something's in the record doesn't mean that the decision maker gives it a whole lot of weight, if any weight. It's dependent upon what weight you choose to give to it. That's your prerogative as the decision maker in this.
And there's
And you know, as you well know, things very often end up at LUBA that come from Deschutes County, and so the folks would have an opportunity to address that if they think it was a relevant issue at LUBA. But I think procedurally, our concern from legal is to not deviate from a process whereby if things are timely submitted into the record, they're timely in the record. And if someone anticipated or didn't anticipate that 11th hour submission and then ultimately agreed to having a record closed sooner than maybe they would have otherwise, you know, that's the sort of luck of the draw. And if we get into the business of trying to even that out and neutralize that, you're going to have hearings and records that go on and on forever. And it'll start becoming an issue that land use leaders will game the system on. And so we're advising that that not occur. We're not suggesting that happened here. I think this was simply a matter of timing, and it just worked out the way it did. But I think it could definitely lend itself to some gaming, and so from that point of view, legal's recommendation, which you can choose to agree with or not, would be to not reopen the record and to allow that piece of evidence that was submitted timely to remain in the record.
I mean, the concern that someone could submit submit comments and the applicant doesn't have a chance to respond to them, I think is significant. So if we choose to include this in the record, I would basically just say that the weight that I would assign to this specific set of testimony would be proportionate to that concern.
And that assignment of weight is completely up to the discretion of the governing body. That's not something that typically is subject to review or challenge at LUBA. That's something within your prerogative as the decision maker to ascertain what weight, if any, you give to evidence.
And then I'm thinking, so for this hearing procedure and futures, we may have a procedural change, because I mean, if we close in a record here, but somebody just emailed while real time, maybe we need to check an email box or something. I mean, you know, so we don't have this situation.
That may be a deeper discussion, and I'm sure Peter and his staff, you know, could give a lot of thought to that, and certainly Stephanie on our staff would be part of that discussion and you know, would participate in that. But I think in the context of this pending land use application, the recommendation, again, for legal would be to not reopen the record and to accept that, allow that piece of evidence to remain in the record, assign whatever weight you choose to give to it.
Okay, so this...
I mean, thinking back to the moment, you know, I would have been happy to close the hearing, proceed to deliberations, and make a decision that day. So, I mean, if this came in during the email, like at that moment while we were making a decision, it wouldn't have gotten a whole lot of gotten a whole lot of consideration in the decision. And so again, I'm like, I'll be, if we include this in the record, I'll be weighing that. The weight I would assign to it will be proportionate to the how close to the end of the testimony period that it came in.
Could I just ask one? Nathaniel, what time did our hearing end? I mean, I see this came in at 1:42.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
To the best of my recollection, Commissioner Adair, I believe the hearing ended right around between 2:20 to 2:30 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I went back and I checked the email and the date and when we closed, so it was submitted during the public hearing before the record had closed.
Okay. Will, do you have something more?
Commissioners, yes, thank you. Your planning manager, Will Groves. You know, we have had some internal discussions about how to approach this, and it's relatively rare for a record to close without there being a post-hearing record period. So this only presents itself as a problem when the record is closed at the hearing. And so our intention, our policy going forward is before staff would encourage or encourage the board or to towards closing a record, we would then check the email servers one last time to make sure that there hadn't been any testimony that had been received during an open period, and communicate that to all parties and say, what had been received, and to see if any of the parties wanted additional time to review that, including the board. And so there is a way to approach this, and that would significantly limit our exposure to this type of problem. I've been here 18 plus years, and it's happened twice that we've run into this problem. So it's relatively rare, and at the same time as people do it, more email communication, and people are watching hearings and might think, hey, I didn't have something to say, but now I do, and fire off an email in the midst of it. We may see more of that. So a pretty limited circumstance that this happens under, something that we need to deal with in the present matter, and something that we're thinking significantly about how we can avoid in the future.
Okay, so this is a first decision point for the deliberations on this item. I generally would follow trying to hold on to the procedure of, any information is good information. So I do support accepting this, in support of procedure at this time. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I would support including in the record, but I'm as I said, it's hard to give as much consideration to something that comes in so close to the close of the record as you can give to other items.
Timing is everything, isn't it? It's very, listening to what legal said, not to reopen. Yes, the fact that it came in, the fact that we didn't extend the open period. Interesting.
Well, so it sounds like we'll accept it. So help me with the terminology, a record item or a hearing exhibit? What's the difference?
So I think the best way to look at this, Commissioner DeBone, is to think about a third option down there underneath this decision box. So we have these first two, which are listed here. The third option, as we've discussed, is the email is a record item, and the board can proceed towards a decision.
But could you clarify record item and hearing exhibit difference?
Mm-hmm.
So, the Board of Commissioners had a hearing on this, and this is an applicant's record, but is there a difference between a hearings record and an exhibit?
So that highlights somewhat of a question for us as planning staff. And as Will had mentioned, with our code being as what it is and created at the time that it was, it didn't necessarily address these more hybrid approaches that we're facing today with multiple venues for communication. And so there was basically an interpretive issue of, was this actually considered a record item or a hearing exhibit? And so it's framed such in your decision matrix. But I think that the way that we have discussed this with legal counsel now is that we can consider this a record item, right? And you can proceed towards a decision as that third option.
I support proceeding to a decision. As I say, the terminology, I still don't have a good feel for what's the difference between a record item and a hearing exhibit. Does any, yeah.
Well,
Commissioners, thank you again. Our procedures ordinance identifies a way of receiving materials while a hearing is open. And specifically what it says is supposed to happen is that when you receive physical evidence, that evidence is supposed to be stamped with an exhibit stamp and then written in, this is, we now recognize that the materials submitted by applicant, have been stamped and recognized as Exhibit A. And that's how something becomes a hearing exhibit. Because we've seen relatively fewer items submitted in writing is their only copy. Typically, you receive an email copy and then a courtesy paper copy. We generally have not been seeing hearing exhibits of this sort. So something becomes a hearing exhibit by being identified as such with a stamp and a letter during the hearing process.
So this is a record item then?
Yes.
Okay, just trying to learn the terminology difference there. So it sounds like we acknowledge it as a record item and we'll accept it with the discussion as provided.
Proceed to decision.
Yep.
That would be my.
Okay. Is that enough clarity for you?
Yep.
Okay. So you mentioned a hybrid decision, but it's really the I mean, what are you writing down for board determination?
So if I understand this correctly, the board would like to consider this email a record item, and we're going to proceed towards a decision.
Okay, just
That's-
leave it right there. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
And
Commissioners.
we're not reopening, the record is not being reopened with that designation.
That is correct. The record is not being reopened.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that item resolved, I would suggest we move back up to item number 1 on page 1, and we will go through the rest of the issue areas together. So item number 1 is the subject property currently engaged in farm activities with the intent to make a profit in money.
I support yes.
Yes.
Just leave it at that.
Item number 2, is the meadery incidental and subordinate to the farm use on the property?
From my previous notes,
I would say yes. It's
Yeah, so-
incidental.
Yes.
and this is kind of a unique situation, and I think conditions of approval will get to supporting this decision, but I'd say yes also.
Yeah, incidental and subordinate there's the legal ways that we need to consider those words, and then there's kind of the practical consideration that, I mean, I don't think you can make wine, you can't make honey wine without honey. So I would consider that subordinate to the farming activity producing honey.
Item number 3, does the application fully satisfy the requirements of the farm impacts test?
I would say yes.
So, absolutely, yes. As I say, the conditions package that was agreed upon is going to bolster these decisions, so I support that also.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Item number 4, can the transportation system development charges, the SDCs, be reduced based upon the revised site traffic report? And so this is the item that's not necessarily a approval criterion, but this is something that the applicant had requested be adjusted in your decision. And so basically what had happened here is there was an adjustment of the peak PM trips, and this adjusted and reduced the SDC amount from just over 63,000 down to just over 35,000. So the applicant is just requesting that this be reflected in the decision. And I have corresponded with the senior transportation planner on this, and he is in agreement with this.
But I'll acknowledge that, SDC calculation has its methodology, and it's been worked out. So with this documentation in the record, I support proceeding.
Yes, I would say proceed. And so the SDCs will be about half of what they were originally projected then.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's external to the hearing, but I would support that recalculation.
Okay, thank you. So we will skip item number 5 and go to item number 6. Can the 25% requirement for mead honey to be produced on the site removed? So this was a specific condition of approval that was included in the original application and decision, because it looked at the meadery, or the mead production, excuse me, as farm crop processing. So this could be considered redundant in light of the new conditions of approval that have been drafted by the applicant and agreed upon by the opponent. There's additional conditions of approval with certain sideboards on the approval. And so the applicant is requesting that we remove that 25% requirement of farm crop processing and strictly go for the 25% as is outlined in the approval criteria under 1816-030E, which is the incidental and subordinate piece. So it's packaged a little bit differently. So the applicant's argument is that this is now redundant because of these additional conditions of approval.
And to get the legal terminology correct, those will now be the new conditions of this application.
That is correct. So the role of this particular condition of approval, and the reason why staff included in the decision, is that it specifically connects on-site farm production with the commercial component. It's just been repackaged by the applicant's new conditions of approval. And staff is okay with that. There is precedent, and it is by staff's interpretation, seemingly a little bit redundant.
I'm supportive of replacing the condition that we originally had with a new set of conditions that have been developed by the applicant and the opponent. So that would be a yes.
And I support that also.
Yes, the requirement may be removed.
Okay, thank you. Item number 7, is a meadery allowed in the exclusive farm use zone?
So I support working our way to yes on this. This is a new, unique use in, in the county, maybe in the state, but I mean, it's great to see this come together.
Happy to support it, yes.
At the high level, my understanding is that value-added processing within agriculture is allowed in the EFU, so I believe that production of a value-added product from agricultural produce should be allowed. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the last item is item number 8. Can the applicant's conditions of approval be adopted into a decision? So you have in your packets that I printed out for you the conditions of approval that have been drafted by the applicant and approved on with one of the opponents. Staff has 2 areas of concern with the conditions of approval as they now stand. There is referencing to Oregon Revised Statute 215-456. And if you recall, we discussed this in the work session. These specific ORSs pertain to wineries that are made by grapes, as we understand it in statute. So staff believes that all the conditions of approval could alternatively fit well within the provisions of Deschutes County Code 1816-030E, which underneath that incidental and subordinate piece, we could begin to package those additional conditions of approval underneath that subsection of code criteria without having to reference Oregon Revised Statute 215-456.
So you're proposing that could be removed as a condition, but it's already in the decision. It would be implemented in the decision.
All the conditions of approval as they're written would be implemented in the decision, but would not, what we're concerned with is that they're referencing a revised statute that draws in grape wineries, which hasn't been tested. However, as an alternative, these also can be packaged underneath our own local code criteria.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so we've got a set of conditions here, and the general feel looks like this is moving forward. We'll see where it goes, but now we're talking about are there going to be proposed condition of approval modifications? So, are you specifically proposing a modification as?
We are correct. Yeah. So there's 2 conditions that we want to address. This is the first one. And the condition of approval, as it's written, includes this ORS, this Oregon Revised Statute, that references wineries that we believe are linked to grape wineries. And so,
and you think removing the word specifically as a condition would be the action, and other conditions would implement this anyways?
I think the thrust of what's written here in the condition of approval can be rewritten such that
okay, so
it doesn't
keep
change
that condition.
the content or the meaning.
Just don't reference the ORS.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, now I'm clear.
I guess my question is if we keep the reference to the ORS, are we inviting kind of state level legal kind of scrutiny? Because I actually don't know whether that would be the applicant's preference or not. But I mean, to establish this principle at the state level versus just getting the project done, because it sounds like we could the second option to just kind of work this, work these principles into our own customized conditions of approval is a potentially kind of simpler pathway to move forward. But if there is an interest in kind of establishing a state legal precedent for meteries, then I don't want to stand in the way of that either.
Commissioner, I think you hit the nail on the head there. The real issue here is if you're going to package this under the county's code provisions, there's a much greater argument for local deference, whereas if it's going to be packaged under a broader ORS type of umbrella, then you lose some of that claim for deference, and it potentially becomes a case of first impression for LUBA should it be appealed there. And so the stronger chance, we believe, of being able to support the local decision is to package it under the local code rather than referencing to the state statutes. The minute you do that, you lose all deference at LUBA, and they basically treat it de novo and get to make their own decision. And without the benefit of, hearing the actual testimony, they're just reading a record.
So would the proposal be just to remove the first few words, winery must comply with ORS, and then just leave it, the rest of it, 25% limit? So adopt 25% limit, but not refer to state.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's that simple. I mean, Nathan was describing that the county code provisions allow for acknowledging these conditions of approval and identifying them under the rubric of the county code provision. So certainly the reference to 215-456 would not be included in that, if that's your question. But I'll defer to Nathan to elaborate on that.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Commissioner DeBone. We would just remove that reference to ORS 215-456 from the conditions of approval.
And still have a condition that says 25% limit on gross winery income.
I think the correct way to do that is just to cite, these standards that we have at the local government level under our own code provisions, and just insert that in the place of that ORS.
With the intention of the same.
Correct, yeah, so the 25% stays.
Yeah, I mean, the condition is basically the same either way. We're just talking about how you're framing it.
Correct.
Right, and one thing you're doing too, by not including the reference, you're really not having LUBA make law on whether a meadery falls under some of the protections and provisions for grape wines. It's something maybe the legislature could do at a subsequent point in time, but not three referees at LUBA making that decision.
Are we allowed to ask the applicant what their preference is on this? Or if basically we move this forward, we move things forward, and I mean, with many other land use decisions, we have allowed the applicant to help draft the decision.
Yes, we typically do that.
So that would be a prevailing party opportunity after we make a decision.
Well, I mean, if you make the decision, we're going down the path of the county code, and we're not going to include ORS 215-456, then we wouldn't give the applicant's attorney an opportunity to bring that back in. That would be contrary to what your decision here today was. So, and again, legal staff's recommendation anyway is in alignment with CDD, and that is to not include it. It's just you're bringing in an issue that has broader state application, which, with regard to this application, makes it more challenging should this move forward. And secondarily, you're kind of indirectly letting, like I said, three administrative referees make a decision on something that maybe a legislative body should decide.
Well,
and I point out administrative referees, they're not elected, they're appointed people that run LUBA. So, it's a different, a whole different process than a legislature with elected folks deciding whether the rules applying to grape wines would also apply to honey wines.
Understood.
Well, little bit tongue-in-cheek comment, but in the last couple of decades, Deschutes County has contributed enough state-level legal controversy around interpretations, and I don't feel like we have to
We have.
do that
We've been
again.
at ground zero for an awful lot, yes.
Yeah.
Amazingly so. There was one time a few years back, I think we had 40% of the appeals at LUBA were Deschutes County cases.
Only 40%?
Yeah, it was mind-boggling. But everything of first impression happens here anymore, so.
Here's another one. Do you support removing the reference to the state?
Yes, it does make sense. And I do want to make a comment. We haven't discussed it yet, but it's.
Well, here, let's clarify
Wait.
this issue. And you support that also?
I do. Everybody
So for
did.
that specific bullet item, we're on the same page. We support disconnecting from the state ORS specifically.
They have 10 conditions of approval here that they've included, and the fact that they're able to have 250 people at 5 events and 150 people at another 5 events, but they're not allowed to have weddings. I know that Black Butte Ranch is totally booked for weddings, and I don't understand. Personally, I think that's really unfortunate that they are not allowed to have weddings, and I just want to make that comment. It just doesn't really make sense in today's world. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. The second condition of approval that I want to make mention of here that needs to be modified within the decision, this is one that was raised by the applicant, and this is specific to the noise that's generated on site. So in the original decision, staff had just applied a general DBA rating to be set and used at the meadery for both winery operations and events. And what the applicant is requesting is that we refine those and provide some additional flexibility for them pertaining to whether they are running an event or they're just having their meadery operations. And so staff sees some advantages in modifying this condition of approval as it's written here. We want to be able to rate the noise rating not at the source, but actually at the property line. And we want to do this just to ensure that we can, for enforcement purposes, if there ever was a complaint on property, people would be able to take a decibel reading at the property line without trespassing on the property. This is seen advantageous for that reason. The second reason is it's more precise for the applicant. So the applicant will be allowed to set a certain volume on their speakers for regular media operations, and then that gives them a little bit more flexibility when they're running events and doing smaller concerts on the site or having live music. And so we would like to propose adjusting the speaker noise level as it's cited here under staff comments.
Which one is the proposed?
There's 2.
Correct.
Which one is the replacement one proposed by staff?
Okay, so it would be the second one. All outdoor speakers shall be set so that the maximum dBA level, as measured from right angles at the source of the noise, does not exceed 65 dBA at all property lines, with the exception of the southwest property line abutting Highway 20. And just for reference, 65 dBAs is really the noise volume of a typical conversation, and we feel that's appropriate to be set, at the property boundaries. And the reason why we're excluding Highway 20 is that highway traffic volumes are much higher than that, and so that gives the applicant a little bit more flexibility as the event venue would be closer to the highway.
And then for code enforcement purposes, somebody wouldn't be on the property pointing at something that could be at the edge of the property, holding a noise meter saying, this is what I'm recording, and multiple people could look at it at the same time, not being on the property.
Yeah, for tracking purposes.
If there was that situation, yeah.
Correct,
But
yeah.
setting it at 65, does that mean that if they had like a folk concert or something softer, could they have that?
If it was softer, correct, yeah. So this is the maximum.
At the property line, too.
Property line.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's all about direction and.
Which way the wind is blowing with the sound. Okay.
And what kind of screening you put up to kind of absorb sound waves, too?
Well, and as I say, I tell you from experience, we've got a train about a mile from my house, and sometimes you can't hear it, other times it sounds like it's in the backyard, and it's just conditions at the time, too. But yeah, so I support the proposed change, knowing that this would be more business-like if it was a code enforcement type allegation.
Okay, thank you.
Is there support?
I would support that as well.
Yes.
Okay.
The second H.
So, well, and then back to the point, I mean, I circled weddings are not allowed also. You know, an event is an event, unless there's a legal path that's being negotiated. And, I don't want to mess this up, looking like it's getting positive here, but if there's a legal path to have an event, and it happens to be two people getting married, I have a hard time saying weddings are not allowed.
So our original decision included the option for the applicant to have weddings. My staff's understanding is that these conditions of approval were worked out with an opponent and the applicant.
Yeah, see, I know. Now we're in that spot. Any thoughts, Commissioner?
I think at the high level, some of the concerns from the opposition, the initial opposition to this proposal were, are we creating a new event venue? And it strikes me that the balance that has been established between the other appellant and the applicant should be honored, and that however they figured out what that balance point is, we should support it because the applicant now is supporting that agreement.
Thank you. Nick, you almost said something there. Do you have?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I was just going to say this application, this decision, just like any decision in Deschutes County, can be amended at a later date through a separate land use process. So should this be approved, they start their business, it's successful, they demonstrate that they're in compliance, they may choose at some point in the future to modify this application to address weddings at their choosing.
I was just showing support for Commissioner Dare's comment to start with.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So yeah, let's not modify it knowing this is the will of the applicant, negotiated by the applicant, but there was support for it. Anything else?
That is all 8 items.
Okay, so as a package, 2 of them have been acknowledged and modified and others discussed. So are we in a position where conditions of approval may be imposed, but with the modifications as discussed? Looking for a yes, just making sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
And it needs to be done before April 13th.
That is correct. So with this direction, staff will begin preparing the draft and schedule it on a future business meeting.
Well, do we want to make a motion, a vote to acknowledge this? Is that how we've been doing it, right?
It's helpful.
So just a motion to approve this application with written decision to follow.
Oh.
And how would we use this reference number 24722-000024-CU, comma,
Yes.
025-SP, comma, 757-A, comma, 914-A.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll second that.
So moved.
Okay. Any other discussion? So that's approval of a meadery on this property and Sisters. Seeing no other discussion, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
The chair votes yes.
Okay.
There we
Thank
go.
you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, as I look at all the conditions of approval, as I just was sharing with Peter, this is about as long as our land use decisions used to be about 25 years ago.
There you go.
This is just the list of conditions of approval.
Another back in the day. Oh yeah, okay, just the list, yep. Okay, we do have a few other items. Want to take a moment break, a 5-minute break, and then we'll get back to other items here.
Sure. Why not? We like stand.
Thank you very much. It was a quick little break. So at this time, let's acknowledge we have a couple other items that were published on our agenda and a couple of other items and executive session. So if we try to power through all this, we'll probably be here till about 12:30 or do part of it and then take a lunch break and reconvene till 1 o'clock. So I'm wondering what the will of the commissioners is, because I'd take a break and go to 1 o'clock is what I'm starting with. Come back at 1 o'clock for about another half hour, 45 minutes. Any thoughts, Commissioner?
Okay, so you're saying take a break now?
No, at noon.
At noon, okay, fine. I haven't had breakfast yet, so that'd be
Well,
great.
yeah, so
I looking at the agenda for today, I set some meeting appointments at where I need to be on the road by 2:15.
Oh, and that'd be fine, yeah, so that'd be perfect. So if we could reconvene at 1 o'clock, I'm sure it'll be just half hour, 45 minutes at that time. So we'll go till about noon right now, take a break, and then come back for 1 o'clock. We'll get as much done as we can. So that means we'll have an executive session at 1 o'clock or 1:15. Or 2 if there's 2 of them. Did you catch that? Okay.
He said he had to leave at 2:15.
Yep, understood. Okay, so other items, multi-agency coordination update. Please introduce us to the whole concept here.
All right, my name is Cheyenne Purrington. I'm the Executive Director for the Coordinated Houseless Response Office. And this is an update on an email that I previously sent, which summarized information we received from OEM and OHCS regarding the Governor's Executive Order 2302. Specifically, that order declared a statewide emergency and designated Central Oregon as one of a handful of emergency areas which are set to receive one-time funding, which will address unsheltered homelessness, meaning surviving in a place that's not designed, intended, or suitable for human habitation, and doesn't include basic amenities that support life and safety from exposure, like heat and electricity. So I previously sent out those overview notes. One major change came this morning. This process is evolving, and so we're anticipating that there will be changes and clarifications throughout the process. The previous requirements for this funding set out several target categories. One included prevention. At this point, we're hearing from the state that will be pulled out into a separate tranche of funding. And so the full $14 million will go just to the other 2 categories. So that includes the creation of 80 shelter beds, approximately 80, it could be a few more, and rehousing 160 unsheltered households. So those are the 2 other categories that remain. A separate, I think it's $1.35 or so million will be designated for prevention, which is separate from that $14 million. I will send out a summary email that captures that change.
So yeah, let's take a look at the big picture here. So the new governor said, okay, we're going to put some emergency orders in place. Oregon Housing and Community Services, OHCS, would be a path generally to provide resources for stabilizing people and finding housing for people. Oregon Emergency Management, we think of as, in our area, floods or fire, but they've been pulled in, and a MAC is a multi-agency coordination group down that path. And you mentioned that right at the end of one of our meetings, like, oh, that's what we're talking about here. So the MAC is kind of the incident management multi-agency coordination group. So now we have a tri-county MAC group that's been put together. As I say, I found out about this kind of secondhand, and now I know more, but Governor's Office orders MAC created under the Homeless Leadership Coalition, HLC, which is a group of folks been working on homeless.
So the MAC group is required by the state's emergency response process. As you mentioned, OEM and OHCS working closely together with our regional coalition of providers, developers. There's about 25 individuals representing a number of organizations on that group. And COIC, which is the collaborative applicant and provides administrative bench strength to HLC, which is the local COC or continuum of care. I recognize that's a lot of acronyms. So a number of individuals from a broad diversity of partners coming together on a very fast train, making decisions about how this funding would be spent. I do have some updates that I can share about the involvement of my office and any asks that may come in front of this group. I am committed to continuing to provide updates throughout this process. It is moving very quickly, so even this morning I received news and changed my notes for a presentation today.
So this is our Board of Commissioners, Deschutes County. We have resources and health department and, a lot of good activities here. But now I'm still in that same spot of who's leading and who's following. And as I say, we don't have any partners in the room to talk with right now, but other than yourself. I mean, how do we calibrate what's going on here? I mean, it's like a freight train of activity with money coming behind it, but how does it fit in with, we had the city of Bend ask us, hey, we got a great idea. How about you do this? And now we've got a soap opera on the south side of Bend, which a lot of pressure is coming towards us on that. And I don't mind taking the pressure, but how does this fit together? Can you help me with that?
Sure. So our intention is that these new funds will fit in with a larger strategy, which is a multi-strategy strategy. So the idea is not to do one or another, it's to have multiple approaches. As we mentioned in the topic earlier today, we are looking at providing sheltering options, indoor and outdoor, congregate and non-congregate, housing options, including services, what we call permanent supportive housing. And that approach allows us to build the capacity of our entire system, as well as the actual system. So how people access, how they call a phone number to get support, the services that they receive.
So as I say, I'm motivated to kind of move this out a little bit.
And is your question
Who's
more about
we and who's leading and who's following?
The question is the structure of what COIC is doing, and then
Yeah.
the MAC structure and.
So COIC, as you know, supports the Tri-County area, the Central Oregon area, and has significant bench strength in their team. They already provide support to HLC, which is a volunteer-driven organization. And so the COIC leadership for the MAC has been very successful so far. They've contributed a lot of staff time and resources to ensure that the entire process is inclusive and moving swiftly to meet the requirements set out by the state. So we are on track to meet all of those requirements. March 10th is the date where the regional plan is due for first review to the state. At that point, their technical assistance team, along with state staff, will provide us with feedback, and we will negotiate about some of those points. And there will be multiple phases and steps after that I can continue to bring updates or share them by email.
Who's leading in Central Oregon?
COIC.
Who's leading on the homeless issues in Central Oregon?
So Central Oregon, the Tri-County area, HLC.
So then if we have an org chart, we can say that's a Tri-County effort, and then we have a Bend effort, Deschutes County and effort. So as I say, I'm maybe we need to put a little org chart together so we have a feel for, because we're getting a lot of heat from stepping up to say we'll work with the city of Bend, which is fine. But now I want answers. Give me an answer. Why don't you have this answer? Well, okay, it's just such an interesting dynamic right now. We're getting that.
Something that's really important to clarify about this package that's coming together at the state level is that it will not support managed camps and safe parking. It might support some of the people who help get people into such locations, but these are dollars for housing and indoor shelter. So in a lot of ways, I think it's we could have been better positioned to take advantage of these funds. We could with a little bit more dedicated focus earlier on, we could have
Didn't you go to the Emergency Homeless Task Force Committee about 2 years ago and say, we are going to take this on, and you put a document out, and now you're saying we should have been more prepared.
Yeah.
I didn't know I was going to have to keep an eye on this.
So
be careful how we say this.
The commitment to implementation of that plan has been pretty minimal. So.
Okay.
And that takes the whole Board of Commissioners, not just one. Making the plan.
Oh, I don't know of any specific ask that we've just let languish. If you're saying, commitment, I don't understand what you're saying there. But as I say, I don't want to go down too far, but I'm trying to hopefully realign ourselves a little bit.
We've heard from countless service providers in our community about the shortfalls of capacity in being able to provide supportive services for people, of facilities for places where people can go that are authorized, planned, managed, and developed. So if you haven't been hearing any requests for support, I don't think you've been listening.
Well, the good news is we just heard from Gwen Riselane today from Bethlehem Inn that she has 44 beds that are empty. So those
50% occupancy.
88 total, so 44 is empty, and we, as county commissioners, actually gave $900,000 for that project to get going. Now, the way I see the numbers, they're creating new beds. The maximum was 83, and rehousing at least 162 unsheltered. So that's only a total of 245. That's honestly not the number we have in Deschutes County, in Central Oregon. And I think, first of all, we need to tell the state that they're inadequately taking care of, giving us numbers. They need to go up. And Cheyenne, are you now saying that we're going to get the whole $14 million for these 245 people that we need to help?
So yes, and I want to point out that the shelter bed creation, that is not just 80 individuals who are served by those beds. Over the lifetime of those shelter beds, many individuals should be coming in and then moving on into housing. So it's not just an individual count. Those bed capacity numbers are what we're looking to drive our overall systems capacity. I think of shelter as a process someone goes through rather than a place that they stay. And the intention is that this is a minimum, not a maximum. So the funding can be certainly used for more than this set of targets. However, I think it's a very generous contribution to what is an overall strategy that we're trying to move forward. If we move, this number of individuals, 160, from unsheltered homelessness into housing, that is a significant portion of our overall. It's I would say like 10 to 15% of our overall population. And those shelter beds will contribute to a number of individuals moving through into housing over, let's say, a 5-year period. We could anticipate that several hundred individuals would make use of those beds.
That's really good. We're talking another $14 million. But how much did, Sean, you weren't here when we did Redmond, but that facility, they had to buy the motel through the, I think it was turnkey perhaps. So they spent a couple, million there, and then they had to remodel it, so that we gave the $900,000. We're talking about spending a lot of money, and to know that half of it is empty today in winter is really unfortunate to hear. It's like, okay, we're going to spend another $14 million, and what's going to really happen with those beds?
So my understanding is that those beds just opened up, and then they are also high barrier, so there's a process to screen folks into those beds. They're not considered technically emergency beds. Someone can't walk in, first come, first served. So I'm happy to support their organization to move people more quickly into that space. I understand also that when they initially opened, they were facing some staffing challenges, which have now overcome. So I suspect that that is simply a temporary startup mode that they're in, and will move towards full occupancy. Usually shelters run at slightly under occupancy so that someone who walks up and gets screened can move in that day.
But the low barrier, the navigation center here in Bend, is running over what they're allocated for, which is a problem, honestly. So I worry about that on that side, but then I see, the millions of dollars that have been spent on Redmond, and, it seems like we're out of balance.
I agree. I think this community needs more low barrier shelter beds, and so the state has made some specific outlines that there's a requirement to serve with a housing first and low barrier approach. So that's the intention for these additional 80 shelter beds would be low barrier.
So we got to be careful about that statement. The community needs to have more low barrier beds. I mean, does the community want that? So this is something we need to work out a little bit. Low barrier beds is, it's a need and it's a service, but I don't feel like I've been empowered to go look for more low barrier beds by people that communicate with me. So, it's something we need to resolve here.
So the numbers that we see in terms of high acuity individuals facing unsheltered homelessness would indicate that we absolutely do need those low barrier shelter beds. And the fact that we do have overcapacity in our existing shelters, that strains our existing funds, our staffing in those spaces, and makes those spaces a little bit less safe by having individuals who are coming in at night.
So
without a bed.
showing the justification and making sure community is bought in, because I mean, this is just what happened in Bend. You know, the city said, hey, we got an acre for you. How about you partner with us? Community wasn't informed, up to speed, businesses around it. I mean, I'm a partner in this, but yeah, we got to be careful about how we're proceeding. I mean, communication and community buy-in about what we're doing and why we're doing it.
And then I see that ODOT is cleaning out Revere again. They're going to notice them to vacate on the 14th, so they're moving them out starting the 21st. So where are those people going to go? So that's, something else on your plate here in Deschutes County, which, how many people do you think are at Revere now? They cleaned them out. There was like one camper there for a long time, and then all of a sudden it filled up again.
I spoke with ODOT yesterday, and they indicate that there's about 10 to 14 individuals coming and going from the Revere site. And my understanding from working with service providers is that those individuals relocated following the closure of 2nd Street. So we know that closing and closures is not working, and we know that we need more shelter beds to support individuals who are going through crisis. One of the recommended strategies that we're using is, rather than adding new shelter spaces, adding beds to existing sites. So not having as many sites, but going back into existing, whether it's Bethlehem Inn or the Shepherd's House locations, either in Bend and Redmond, and adding more capacity to those locations. From an overhead perspective, that's a very efficient use of funding, and it allows us to bring more services into those locations so that individuals move more quickly through the shelter process rather than using shelter as housing because there's lack of housing.
I think it's also really important to think about the relationship among different kinds of facilities. We need a continuum. There are people who are ready to go straight to high barrier shelter. There's people who need to come through low barrier shelter first before they can get to high barrier shelter. There's people who probably need to have an outdoor shelter opportunity before they're ready to go to high barrier shelter. But what we do know, and Cheyenne has been emphasizing this, is that people who are in unauthorized, unplanned, unmanaged locations with inadequate services are not getting any better. And when people are cleared from such locations, if there's not a authorized, planned, managed, developed place to go, then we're not making the problem any better. We're just moving it to a new location. So we need to think about this entire continuum of stepping stones for people out of homelessness, and we need to make sure that each stepping stone is there, because if the first stepping stone is 8 feet into the creek, it's pretty hard to get to.
So we're here about the multi-agency coordination effort from the governor's orders through OEM and OHCS. How much of this is your world right now? As in, it's a flurry of activity this week because there's a plan coming together.
Sure. So this work stream has added about 8 to 10 hours to my weekly schedule. I am in the process of making a hire to add capacity to my office, and I'm working closely with staff at COIC to anticipate the needs that will come up over the next year or 9 months to a year because of this process. So we're looking to support with technical assistance, capacity building for nonprofits. As has been mentioned by commissioners, a number of nonprofit providers are operating at capacity or over capacity, and so we do not want this additional request to further strain their programs. So the goal is to bring more staff strategies and support them with administrative infrastructure during this time so that they can take on the additional work and meet this challenge.
And for the record, I do want to commend the Veterans Village, 10 veterans. The term was not graduate, but 10 veterans have moved into permanent housing. So I just want to thank Eric Tobias and everybody who put that together, and I'm so glad that that is actually, people are transitioning to permanent housing. So we need to have more stories like that in our world, because we have the Bethlehem Inn that's been here for a long time, and it would be really nice to hear positive stories. Surely some people get to permanent housing. There has to be some housing. And, if you hear those stories, it would be great to share them for the community, because yesterday some of the people that I talked to, the homeless were on their door, their clients were coming in, didn't feel comfortable, they were having to clean up all kinds of messes. And then, of course, you saw the crime numbers that have impacted our community. And there's those two sides of this story. Both sides deserve respect.
In terms of next steps, I can continue to bring updates from the MAC process, and I can share those by email as a memo format, or also come to join you here and share them verbally.
Well, if there's a coordinated homeless office in the city council and commissioners, there's one of each. I mean, is there reporting back to that group? Are you using that group? Because I would like, I'm just thinking structure-wise, if you provide them an update and it's shared with me, I'd be happy with that, because that's the group that's working on this. That's who's giving you guidance.
I meet with my governing board next week, and I'm happy to share the same updates, and that can come to you through our chair, Patty.
Well,
Megan and I are actually meeting with Cheyenne tomorrow afternoon.
I'm just thinking, that's like your official report about what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how is it going to your governing board, shared with the other elected officials. Maybe that's a way to set up this. Because, as I say, I don't want to separate your time having to come in front of a 3-board commission and your board and all the city councils. So I'm trying to make some efficiencies here, too.
Happy to do whatever.
We could forward the update to the full board.
It's really important for us not just to track what's happening, but to understand what information and what commitments we need to be making to move the process forward. And so in terms of getting updates, whatever reporting process you have, just adding us on, kind of, you sent it to, your governing board for the Coordinated Homeless Response Office. You can just send out the CCS, that would be fine. But in terms of giving you the information that you need and the commitments or direction that you need from us, I want you to be able to come as frequently as needed and as promptly as needed to get that. And because this is, I see this package from the governor and the legislature as a real opportunity. I do wish that we had been, more engaged along the way, because then we could have, asked to have it tailored more specifically to our situation. And we were hearing about these needs, like, well, we have, the city of Bend has stood up hundreds of shelter beds in the last couple of years, and they're not sure how they're going to operate them. We would have been able to kind of push forward those concerns and those needs more, but whatever you need to know from us to be able to take advantage of this opportunity, I want to make sure we're providing it.
I appreciate that. And just to share the information, I've been working closely with the governor's office and teams at the state level to advocate for Central Oregon's specific needs, which is inclusive of unsheltered options like safe parking. Those are considered unsheltered, and for ongoing funds for existing shelter beds so that we don't lose capacity. And it looks like they are open to both of those options, and they're looking for ways to make that possible. It may not show up in this first set of funding, but there's an opportunity to request either waivers or slight modifications to the requirements. So we are certainly in those conversations, and they've been very receptive.
Great, thank you.
And at this point, there are no asks of the commission. This is a sort of FYI. However, I do expect that there will be requests, and so we could anticipate that there would be a request for either waiver of fees, removal of a procedure or process. If it's, something administrative that the board can remove, we may come and ask for that. And generally staff support, because a lot of these projects will lean into the behavioral health teams and certainly into my office. So we anticipate that all of the projects selected to move forward will need staff time, focus, attention very quickly.
So for the Board of Commissioners, who's our liaison for the MAC? Who's our official? Who's the seat at the table for Deschutes County?
Yeah, it's Cheyenne. It's not a commissioner. I mean, there's.
Well, no, and that's fine. I just wondering. I mean, who's at the table representing?
So I'm working with all of the cities to advocate for what their requests are. I met with Sisters yesterday. We'll be meeting them, I think, on Monday, and we'll see them again tonight. We're working to elevate the best projects that we think can move forward in that time frame, and even projects that may not be selected for this funding. We're ensuring that there's a support wrapped around those projects to move forward with other funding, because this is not the only funding that will come available.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. I know the mayors had asked for, across Oregon, had asked for this $140 million annually. Is that being discussed at all as this is year one, and then there will be additional funding to address, as commissioners have identified, a number of issues, as have you, going forward? Is there any discussion of that in the MAC meetings?
There's not, partially because this funding is very focused and has very specific targets that are addressing unsheltered homelessness. The mayor's ask was more broad and included a range of options and specific projects. There are many sort of overlaps. However, we're trying to also steer clear and focus on one direction, because that's really what can be achieved. This is the fastest timeline I've ever seen for funding. It really does reflect the fact that this is an emergency order, and so we're trying to make the best use of the next 9 months that we have. The funding is expected to be directed to COIC sometime early next month, and at that point those funds can be redistributed and spent. The funding does need to be spent by the end of the year, not just distributed. So it's truly one-time funding. We can be very creative and strategic about how we utilize those funds for the best ongoing use, but they are not ongoing operational funds.
So does COIC get 10% of these funds?
As an administrative overhead?
Mm-hmm.
So the eligible cap on that would be 15%, and my understanding from COIC is that they do not require significant funding for administration. So I suspect that they may take a smaller portion and distribute that to other entities that are providing administrative supports. So not specific projects, but the range of data and reporting and compliance requirements. Neighbor Impact holds the contract for coordinated entry, which is a requirement. So there's a number of entities that are going to be involved in providing that administrative support.
And I'm on the COIC board, so I'll be on the business side of that too during those meetings.
So what is the number then they're going to take?
I don't know that they've identified that at this point, but I
We
think
don't have a
certainly under
contract?
15.
We don't have a MAC contract then?
Well, this money hasn't even been authorized by the
No.
state yet.
We're still in those conversations, and we're trying to identify the full range of asks that we're seeing in terms of specific projects, and then looking at the remainder to reallocate. My understanding is that they do not need a significant portion for administration. And the preference, I think, from the MAC group would be that most of it go directly towards funding programming.
Which would be nonprofits and their administrative overhead anyway. So even if it isn't held directly at COIC to do the MAC process, any organization that gets is going to need some overhead too. So it'll probably be distributed through all the efforts. Sorry.
As the designated continuum of care for the region, they're receiving federal funds to be the kind of umbrella or coordinating structure for that continuum of care, correct?
Yeah, so our local continuum of care is HLC, and they contract with COIC to provide administrative support as what's called a collaborative applicant. And so they are continuing in that space. They have, HLC does not have staff. It's volunteer driven, and so COIC has staff to dedicate to this process.
Yeah, so to the extent that there's planning and proposals and things like that, I would hope that the continuum of care is providing some of the support needed for HLC to pursue these funds.
Yes, so HLC typically, so in a typical year, they receive about $750,000 to distribute, and that is usually executed through COIC. COIC staff would review applications, award applications, distribute funds, oversee compliance, manage reporting. So they will continue to do that with this new process. So while it's new, it uses the existing framework, and so that's a benefit that we've received some compliments from state staff that we're doing a very good job of requesting community feedback. I think the surveys were sent out to over 700 people, and we're well ahead of where some other communities may land.
Yeah,
they're doing a good job.
COIC has only been the administrative infrastructure for the Homeless Leadership Coalition for year and a half at this point. I mean, it's neighbor impact for a long time. So, glad to hear that it's well managed.
Well managed, and the partnerships that we've been laying track for over the past couple of years are really coming into play. I think there's a good teamwork approach to this, and it needs to be, because none of this could be handled by one agency.
So let's switch gears. Safe parking support service update. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll be talking about a one-pager I just handed out, and there's also copies available on the table for anybody in the audience. Last week, the board discussed in the board meeting about requests from the City of Bend for the county to hire a service provider to provide safe parking. What this one-pager walks through is it's a draft, and just lays out a start of a timeline that I'd like to go over with the Board of Commissioners. There's been lots of questions about when decisions will be made, and so what I've done here is the bold items indicate board input and or decision making. I'd also, go ahead.
Pardon me. So we're talking safe parking support services. Is this the 1 acre
Yes.
South Bend? So safe parking, it was pointed out to me, is a term that may not be what we're doing here, unless we are. Safe parking is a supported, smaller, 2 to 4 to 6 camp or car situation, not a footprint for 30.
We're calling it, I know there's different definitions of safe parking. We're referring to this as safe parking because the City of Bend has a safe parking program. And so this would fall under the City of Bend's safe parking program, so that's why we're using that term.
And that safe parking program could host 30, like that graphic that was shared with us?
Yeah, there's a couple of elements of the City of Bend safe parking program. I'll speak in general terms because I read it, but I'm paraphrasing. For individuals, it limits the number of people on one spot. But for a government entity or public land, there's an opportunity to have more than, I think the limit is, well, if the limit's 6, if it's a government-owned land, the application can be for more than 6, and there's additional requirements.
I mean, this is what we're talking about at Murphy. I is not what I would associate with the safe parking that we've seen in a lot of other sites in the region. But if I'm following you correctly, the idea here is that we are using the city's safe parking policies as the land use approval process to move forward with the facility that we're talking about at Murphy.
Yeah, the city safe parking program is not a land use. It's not a land use process. There's an application. It's on the city's website, and it walks through. And then once an application is submitted, the city makes an administrative determination on the approval. Their safe parking program application does not go through a land use process. It's an administrative determination.
Because the land use, essentially the land use approval is built in to that application process.
I'm not that, I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know either, but my guess is the intent is it's a temporary use of some sort. But I don't know that question either.
We could check with the city on that.
I believe that was one of the questions we just heard today was, well, you know, how is this being permitted or authorized? And that's my impression is that the city is trying to use their safe parking regulatory framework, you know, as the authorization for this facility.
That's correct. Again, I don't know how the land use piece fits in with that, but we can reach out to the city on that.
So we're trying to go from point A to point B here with our acknowledgement last Monday that, okay, the city asked very specifically if we would pick up a contract to operate on that 1 acre that they pointed to and proposed this site, correct? I mean, that's our starting point.
That's correct.
So we've got a lot of community engagement and excitement on this topic now, and I'm saying that politely. Yeah, I mean, so then I don't know that this thing's landed. I mean, you know, for the city residents to give us so much input with so much energy, I don't feel comfortable saying, oh, well, we're just going to go do this because they asked us to do it. You know, I mean, there may be another step in here.
So in terms of the community engagement, I'll point out where that process is. And again, this is for board discussion. So part of it is we don't know if there'll be a service provider who's interested and raise their hand and say, yes, we want to do this, we have the capacity. Under this draft plan, we would basically send out a request or a request for a letter of interest from potential service providers. We would ask that they raise their hand and say, you know, we may be interested in providing this service, but it's not a commitment. It's just a service provider or providers raising their hand. We would engage with the service provider or providers and discuss an RFP. The RFP will include that in community engagement and discussion piece. And then based on that community, I mean, if say we're successful in hiring a nonprofit, part of the contract with the county would be to do the outreach to the neighborhoods, learn about their concerns, and then put a proposal on how to best mitigate those neighborhood concerns. In fact, the city's safe parking program includes that element in terms of the neighbor outreach or neighborhood outreach. Would the board like me to walk through this?
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'd like to mention, Nick and I met with the city yesterday, and the city is working on kind of a frequently asked questions that they're getting. We're getting a lot of the same questions, and the city invited us, staff, or at least county staff, to provide input on their frequently asked questions, because we're all receiving questions about process, and Commissioner DeBone, you mentioned whose project is this, who's leading, who's following. So our goal is to use the frequently asked questions to answer those questions. So the first task would be for county staff to issue a letter of interest and send it out to potential service providers. That would include mentioning the 1 acre site from the city of Bend, but also we would invite service providers to identify other proposals if they have one. If there's a service provider that has access to land and they would like to use another piece of land, we want to keep that door open to provide flexibility from our service providers. I would draft and issue the request for letter of interest and send it out this week. In the meantime, simultaneously, we will start drafting the RFP because we don't want to lose any time. And then we would give the service providers about a week or a little bit more than a week to submit something in writing to say, we may be interested in submitting an RFP. So we want to know that up front, because if we do an RFP now, give service providers 3 weeks to respond, and none respond, then we've lost several weeks. But by doing the letter of interest, we hope to know up front who may be interested. Based on those that respond, we would, well, first of all, we would come back on March 22nd at the board meeting and brief the board on who has submitted a letter of interest, if any. If nobody has, then there's a decision point there, because the City of Bend's request was for the county to manage the contract or to provide the service. If we don't get any interested parties, we'll know that by March 22nd. I'll schedule it for the board agenda. We will learn the day before whether or not any of the service providers raise their hand, and we'll brief the board on March 22nd on letter of interest responses. Next, we would meet with potential service providers, the ones that responded to or submitted a letter of interest, and we would have an open discussion with them. We would share with them the draft RFP, get their thoughts and input, because what we might hear is service providers saying, we've heard about having 30 people at this site, but a service provider may say, we're not interested unless it's 15 because 30 is too many. Or we might have one that says, we believe we have the capacity to do 45. So we want to have that dialogue with potential service providers. We would take that input to help us to incorporate it into our draft RFP, and then we would bring the draft RFP to the board in early April, so the board can see the RFP. There's been lots of discussions about what should be included in that RFP when it comes to fencing and gates and security. So it's really important from a staff's perspective that RFP incorporates the board's expectations. We would also simultaneously be drafting the IGA between the city and the county. The IGA would outline the different responsibilities between the city and the county. We have to sort out some things in terms of a lease, because the city owns the property, and the lease might be between the city and the service provider, or I don't know if the lease could be between the city and the county, and then there's a sublease to the service provider. But the purpose of the IGA is to work out those details and clearly define the role of the city, and the role of the county. So under this plan, we would bring a draft IGA to the board in early April. Next steps would be to finalize and issue the RFP. Tentatively, this has April 7th on it. We would give service providers about 2 weeks to respond to the RFP, award a contract in late April, and then actually bring the contract. The first step of it is to say, yes, this is the person. Here's the person who responded to the RFP. We want to award the contract, but then there's the actual contract itself, and so we'd bring that contract to the board in mid-May. Assuming all that moves forward, then there would be an application to the City of Bend for the Safe Parking Program. We talked to the city about, how long does it take to review that? It might be a week or two. Assuming the city approves that, we would then either the county or a contractor would apply for a grading permit through the City of Bend for that site, and then there'd be site preparation and opening the site. So that's just a high level. Again, this is just draft. The board has not seen this or approved it, but these are the steps we would take based on the discussion last week. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for laying that out for us. I'm not real excited about this. If this fits into a bigger picture, I would need to understand that, what are the other pieces that we're affecting here? There was the Hunnell Road discussion, cities saying the county needs to do it, so we're going to do it, and if you do this, and are we going to really be improving a problem? Or so I need a little bit more of a comprehensive look about the big picture in Bend. As I say, I mean, if my fellow commissioners want to take this somewhere, but I'm not excited about it.
No, it sounds like there's plenty of homeless people already in South Bend, and the people there, it's the first thing you drive into Bend when you're coming off of Highway 97, the Parkway. I feel like the community should have been allowed to address this issue, and as county commissioners, it's really a mess, and it sounds like there's already enough problems down there without further compounding them. Maybe the people that are down there now can move to that 1 acre, and then they could get more help. But we also have China Hat right there. I mean, when I see how many people, I'm waiting for the count from the sheriff's office on China Hat, and there's a lot going on down there, and I feel like these people have not been given their opportunity to actually, well, they have. They've been telling us what they think of this, and I feel badly that this has just kind of been sprung on them, and they already have China Hat right in their back door. And then all the other people that are coming up the Parkway, when you see a few tents here and a few tents there, and yeah, it's I don't know. How did the county get roped into this?
Well, it was a hard ask, and we kind of shrugged our shoulders and said, okay, well, let's work on this together, and then it turned hot this week. So we're going to have lots of different opinions here. Go ahead.
Well, thanks. Thanks for that setup. That's
I can just feel it coming, so we'll see where it goes.
Yeah. The what we are talking about here is not Hunnell Road. It's not China Hat. It is a authorized, managed, planned facility. So it's really important to keep in mind that if we want to fix the problem of maybe 1,000 people living unsheltered, unauthorized, unauthorized camping in the county, people do need places to go. They don't just need to be sent to some new place. They actually need a place that provides stepping stones or a pathway out of homelessness. This 1 acre site is an opportunity to contribute to the places that will provide stepping stones for people out of homelessness if it's done right. I have some real concerns about I definitely have concerns about the way that the setup has gone so far, but that doesn't mean that if people haven't received adequate notification or been presented with a clear vision of what could be done at this Murphy site, that can't be done at this point. I do hope that people will have an open mind about if they are presented with a well thought out plan and vision to, kind of adjust what their initial conceptions about this are. But I also want to emphasize that this is one site, one potential site that will not nearly provide all of the needed authorized, managed, planned, developed, service-supported places for people to go, even just from Hunnell, much less providing a better alternative for some of the people who are already in the South Bend, Southeast Bend area. So listening to the way that this letter of interest and proposal process is going to work, one of the things that I really was glad to hear was that we are going to provide people the opportunity to put forward other proposals besides proposals that are associated with this 1 acre site, because I in my opinion, nobody knows better than the service providers who are out there currently providing places for people to be, providing the services that are meaningfully moving people out of homelessness. Nobody knows better than them what's going to work and what's not going to work. So giving them the opportunity to put forward proposals is, I think, a very good idea. So I would hope that we could at least proceed with that letter of interest process and emphasize that we're open to other proposals, because it would even if we do come up with a good plan for Murphy, even if we can find an operator and everything proceeds smoothly, it is only going to meet a very small slice of the need, not just from the Hunnell displacement, but from other, just there are a lot of people out there who are living in unauthorized, unmanaged, unplanned, undeveloped, unserviced settings who need a better place to go.
So to close this up, I'm not supportive of proceeding with that 1 acre site owned by the city of Bend. It's just a terrible location. We've had lots of great community response, a lot of negative response directly towards us in the city council. There's a vision of what we can do for people where they need to be. That route getting off of the end of town and getting onto the highway next to the businesses, that's a terrible situation. I do go right back to land use. We should be proud of ourselves. We put people in the city, we limited urban growth boundaries, and now we have a housing problem. When it comes down to it, as I say, last Monday, we kind of shrugged our shoulders and said, well, okay, let's try to do this, and now we have this response. So I'm fully comfortable and just taking, letting the city put something there if they want, but we don't need to get near that, so.
Every state in the nation has a shortage of affordable housing and a homelessness crisis. There's nothing unique about Oregon in that respect, and there's nothing unique about our state land use planning system that is making our housing and homelessness crisis worse than any other states.
That parcel is not appropriate for any kind of residential activity, temporary or otherwise. So yeah, as I say, we're going to be a little bit split up here now. So is there support for proceeding with a letter of interest for ideas? Because, that's the other part of this. The city says, hey, we have another great idea. How about you guys start to put in managed camps? So that means that the county received that request, and that was generally accepted last Monday too. So, is there support for proceeding with a letter of interest about ideas? And it sounds like there's land just outside the city of Bend, which is the letter we sent to the governor saying if there's resource land, what can we do here? So, we've done what we want to do. What else do we want to do?
It takes more than a letter to the governor to make a Ward Hamby site happen. Proceeding with a letter of interest and RFP process allows us to support the people who are doing the real work to actually make authorized, managed, planned, developed, serviced places for people to go happen.
So you're saying maybe mature the Ward Hamby idea, or let it be matured by a letter of interest, even though they don't have authorization to do that, and be able to say, okay, now it's more mature.
If we passed a county safe parking ordinance, I think that we could at least do RV parking out of Ward Hamby right now. So we
need to look at we need to look at our safe parking ordinance.
The safe parking ordinance that we've talked about for half a year that we haven't produced yet.
Think about that. You're saying that we've been looking at something and haven't produced something. We're busy at all times. There's a lot of people working on this issue, and I don't appreciate you turning to me saying that I haven't done something. I'm working at all times. If we want to work on a safe parking, definition, we, as a board, we ask staff to do it. So please don't just turn to me and try to say that I haven't done something here.
But I would never want our safe parking to follow the model of Bend, where they can do this whole acre. I really think the goodness of safe parking is it's up to, I believe, what, a maximum of 6? And, you know, you want to have a smaller community, and you want people to feel comfortable coming in, the social workers that are there, so that they can have a relationship, and people kind of get a community and take care of each other. And I really think that's something that maybe has been lost. So I would hope we could work on our safe parking.
Yes, and the board has directed staff to come to a work session to begin that discussion. In fact, internally, we're meeting this afternoon, and we'll be to the board in a couple of weeks to begin that discussion with the board.
Thank you. So I just think, yeah, that's just way too many. It's, you know, it's the Veterans Village model, not more than 15, and we have huge numbers. So we'll see. I'm hoping to go to Portland and visit the Helping Hands program over there. Alan Evans now has his program in 6 counties, and he actually would love to come over to Deschutes County and, you know, bring it here. So hopefully my team's going to go with us and see.
So this is a timeline spreadsheet concept about following through with what we talked about on Monday afternoon. At this time, you're looking for buy-in to say, do we proceed with these steps or not?
Correct.
And, you know, Commissioner Chang, you were saying even if, that we should do something, let the world know we're looking for letter of interest.
Yeah.
Just ideas at this time.
Yeah, no, including this Murphy Road site, but also including a lot of other locations. The good ideas that are out there in the community that have been developed by the people who understand how to move people out of homelessness, which is not us.
Letter of interest for the geographic area, the City of Bend and its perimeter, or anywhere in Central Oregon, or Deschutes County. I mean, so, because my point is the City Council has done this for years. They're like, okay, we've selected a few spots, we're going to try this, we're going to try that, and they just got, you know, pushed back in all directions, and then they just, I mean, I don't know what the status is, but there hasn't been progress. So now they've determined the best path for them is to ask us to do it, and now we're going to repeat what they've possibly done in the recent past.
Yeah, no.
Is there going to be different results?
We have, in this area, we have set a, in my opinion, bad precedent of putting forward outdoor shelter proposals and then backing down as soon as there is some neighbor opposition. And you know, I'll go back to that example from Medford Urban Campground number 1. The Medford City Council, when Rogue Retreat brought that proposal to them, they heard 3 hours of testimony against, and they said, well, based on the work that Rogue Retreat has already done, you know, running successful indoor shelters, running successful transitional housing programs, running successful tiny house villages, we believe that they could do this right, and we want to give them a shot to do that. And they gave them a 1-year trial operating period to make something happen. And now, a couple of years later, I don't think anyone could point to that program and say it's not a success. But it took.
Well, and we have.
It took a.
Do something, and we did it, and it's successful.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't do that. I mean, we provided land, but that was done.
We were
with
part of that. We were
did that.
part
We
of that
sat right here
team.
and said, let's do it. The decision was here to make that happen.
What this county did to make Veterans Village happen was small.
I don't think Eric would say that.
Okay.
I think I was, we were at the top of that.
Well, I'm.
All you have to do is look at the. All you have to do is go look at the.
We need to
Veterans
talk
Village
about
in Clackamas County, and compare what the county did to make that happen to what we did.
Yeah, they learned.
You will understand how small our role was in that process.
Well, the good news is we have people that are moving on to permanent housing. It's actually working, and I think we have to recognize that substance use disorder and mental illness are clearly problems with our homeless. And I'm just sitting here thinking, can I say something more? And if we have medically fragile people on Hunnell Road right now today, why are not those people taken and moved into the Bethlehem Inn in Redmond? If they are truly medically fragile, we have great health care right there in Redmond. I would hope that some of those people could move down there sooner rather than later.
Bethlehem has work search requirements for staying there. If you are essentially medically disabled, you're not able to look for work.
Well, I'm
sure that
comfortable
they could make a
informing the
exception.
city of Bend that we've changed our mind, and we need to regroup on this whole thing. So is there support for that, Commissioner Dare?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
And did
need
we
some
vote on
other-
this on Monday, or did we just kind of?
There was not a vote. It was, the board gave staff direction, which is,
yep.
Here's the, here's the staff work based on that direction. I would recommend the board take a vote today so that there's clarity.
Where we're going here right now, so. Yeah, at this time, to clarify what we did last Monday, I would like to, not accept Ben's request for citing on that 1 acre parcel and, cease and desist from looking for opportunities right now. Knowing we've got a big picture here and I'm engaged and I want good things to happen, but reverse the decision that, sorry, this is a long motion. I'd like to, yeah.
Okay, was that your motion?
I guess I better stop talking, yep.
Okay, so that motion does not include inviting other proposals then?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, well, hopefully we'll hear back from the governor, and that should give us a little more clarity. I'll second your motion.
So as I say this in light of a lot of moving parts right now, and I want success.
And I'd like to bring helping hands here.
Yeah.
Honestly, if 6 counties in Oregon believe in it, I think it could be a program that we could be really excited about. That we have people that need some help making better decisions for their future.
One suggestion, if the motion passes, staff could, in between, when the board takes a recess, we could draft up a written response back to the city of Bend from the board just to get that, just to communicate that to the city of Bend. So staff,
yep.
I'm happy to write something, but I think that would be help with clarity.
Yeah, so this is discussion in the middle of a motion. Let's put some direction to it. Any other thoughts, Commissioner?
No.
So seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
No.
And chair votes yes. So 2-1, I am a partner with the city. I want great leadership. We're going to do an org chart on how we're going to do some of these things, but this one got real messy this week. Thank you for putting this proposed schedule together. So at this time, you're offering to, put a letter. So we can either vote on that or just acknowledge it as part of this motion.
Yeah, I'll bring back a draft for this afternoon as soon as you finish your other item and see what the board's response.
Okay, thank you very much. So these were the published other items. Is there other stuff we were going to set up for executive session at 1 o'clock? Did you have something else, Nick?
Well, I was just going to say, we can come back at 1 o'clock because I know our assessor, Scott Langton, just wants to talk about a bill briefly. We have Leadership Redmond to talk about that briefly. And then there was a third topic. It's not occurring to me, but we can come back at 1 o'clock. And
So just regroup at 1 o'clock, knowing that we'll
1 o'clock in
we'll finish
25
within
minutes.
about an hour as the plan after 1 o'clock. So
Okay.
we'll take our lunch recess and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
I knew I should have had
Commissioner Chang joins us just a moment. So other items, I'll start off. Yesterday we interviewed for Project Facilities Review Committee. Commissioner Adair and I did. We haven't compared notes. Yeah, in fact, Whitney, I don't know if you were stepping up for that, but you were involved also. So 2 interviews, 4 people had responded, but only 2 people responded to interview at the last moment. And I'm supportive of one of them real specifically, if we want to make that decision right now.
Okay, which one?
Mr. Starnes.
Okay.
Yeah, he was just great resume, great discussion.
And he was willing to help me with the project of building the 5 stories of apartment buildings.
Well, there you go.
I know it. He offered to help with that, even if he didn't get this appointment. So I was like, wow. Yes, he said because it is transmission line distribution to 200 homes, we could
Mr. Electricity, he knows,
yes,
yeah.
that we could possibly remove the poles out there so I could have a greater vision of bigger building.
He's already seeing the design in his head.
Yeah, and he hadn't been there.
So that would be a selection. I don't know do we vote on that? Or
I think that would be.
appointment? Yeah, so I'll move Mr. James Starnes to join us on the project
Facilities
facility
review.
committee. Yep.
I'll second it.
So we were just getting started. One item, 2 of us had interviewed people for the project facility committee yesterday, and we selected one of the names. So I was just making that motion, Mr. James Starnes. So I don't know if you have this information, so you can just abstain if you want. 'Cause
I looked at the applications. I did not participate in the interviews, so.
Okay.
Just abstain on this.
So it was moved and seconded, I think?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
okay.
did.
So with that discussion, which is perfect timing, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes, and Commissioner Chang? Yep, there we go. So that was our only item since weren't here. Next.
Just a follow-up from Friday's legislative call. So we briefly discussed House Bill 2088, and Scott Langton, Assessor Scott Langton, is here to join the board just to provide some feedback and context about that bill and what it would do for us here at the county.
Yeah, go ahead and explain that, because somebody asked me, is this good or bad? I'm like, oh, I forget which way that goes. I just didn't have it in my head at the time. Yeah, exactly. Depends who you ask.
We're asking you, the leader of the state, for assessors.
For the record, County Assessor Scott Langton, and you guys had asked about House Bill 2088, and that deals with assessment and taxation funding. So, as written, it's dead on arrival. It was just a conversation starter, and it's Representative Nancy Nathanson, the chair of the Revenue Committee, that in the interim started talking with AOC and the Assessors Association, excuse me, to look at how do we stabilize funding for assessment and tax. And she put in that bill, which at face value brings in a lot more money than is needed and really kind of lit a fire and stirred up LOC and some others because of the amount of money that would represent. But
Good.
Give you a brief background. Basically, assessment and taxation funding at the county level comes from 2 sources. Primary one is general fund. The second one is what we call the CAFA grant. And the CAFA grant's made up of a portion of delinquent interest and recording fee. That was revamped and established in about 2000. And at that point, and those are the local dollars that are collected here locally, sent to the state. State skims 10% off the top for administration. And some valuation they do, like of utilities and whatnot. And then allocates it back to the counties based on what we adopt as a budget. When it was established and fixed in 2000, it represented about 1/3 of the cost. So a county fund picked up 2/3, the state grant picked up about 1/3. Fast forward to today, the dollars that we're collecting in delinquent interest and that recording fee have remained basically flat. And of course, the cost of doing business has not. So each year, we get about the same grant dollars, but the cost increase. So now we're down to, and that's what this graph represents, somewhere around 15%. So each year that goes by, that gap and the need for the general fund for assessment and taxation increases. We've been fortunate here in Deschutes County, well, I feel we have been, where I feel like I've been supported budgetarily and we've had the ability to do that. That's not true in all counties. So it's eroded the, basically the quality of the statewide assessment and taxation system. And as you see, as we continue to decline, we're all heading the wrong direction right now. Just where on the train are we? So House Bill 2088 is to get the conversation started about how do we stabilize this? And there's a lot of different ideas on how we can get adequate funding. And of course, that's subjective. And what is adequate? What level should that be? AOC's, it's their top priority. And I know Commissioner Derry, you're on the governance committee, and that was their top priority that came out of that. And this is just a continuation of that.
Is there any current status, as in, we're going to be at AOC on Monday, a couple days from now, and be in a room with some folks. Is there any, relating to conversion 2 bill coming around right now, or?
No, the bill stands as is, but the Representative Nathanson pushed it into a work group and with very clear direction that she expected results. And that work group is AOC, the Assessors Association, League of Cities, special districts, and some others to kind of look, because everybody sees the problem. It's just nobody wants to cough up any dollars for it. Where that goes, I don't know, but I know there are continuing ongoing meetings on that.
A work group with expectation of something to happen during this legislative session or not?
I think that's the Chair Nathanson's
So for this session?
expectation, yes.
Okay, good. So keep an eye on it. 60 days from now or 30 days from now, maybe there's something.
Yeah, but the bill as written is a non-starter.
Got it. No, that's great. That sure puts it in perspective.
That might be the shell for them to grant stuff something else.
Yeah, it's a placeholder, knowing full well, and the representative understands that as well, that, but hopefully something will come about that she'll push through. But this is the first time in 20 years we've had somebody at the legislative leadership level that's really taken a strong interest in this, because I know this has been a top priority with both the AOC and the Assessors Association for a long time.
Well, the legislative meeting, are you the assessor chair for the state still right now?
I'm the co-chair for the legislative committee.
Yeah,
And
sorry.
I'm not on, I wasn't named on this group. The Representative Nathanson actually chose the members of that, which we have 2 representatives on.
Well, my thought is to be able to share with the commissioners. Monday will be a big day. It's an open house for legislators at the new AOC building. And I don't know, are you going to be there?
I will be there.
And are you going to be there?
I hope so.
Yeah, so I think all 3 of us are going to be in Salem on Monday. And I'm just saying there'll be a moment if you get on the phone, or I don't know if you'll be there, but talking to AOC group.
Yeah, Anna Brown should, or what's that her last name? I got the name wrong. She's the one that took over for Tyler Jensen.
Okay.
She's on this group and should be up to speed on all of that. Okay. They haven't asked me to come down on that, but
that's fine.
But if you're going to be at County College down there, they asked me to teach the assessment and tax portion of that in April. So.
Oh, there you go.
We should all sign up.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
so at least 3 people show up.
Just for that one. Great.
County College class, I'll be there.
Yep. Thank
Any
you
other
so much. That
questions,
sure puts
or-
it in perspective.
Okay. All right, yeah, and as we go through the session, if there's anything that strikes your interest, please let me know. I'd be happy to fill you guys in on.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Just to close out on, for purposes of tracking, staff has this in a draft priority 2 watch, just to keep it on the board's reports, and so we can kind of keep an eye on it, but certainly happy to modify that if the board would like to. That was.
Watch is a good word.
Okay,
Yeah, that's the right position at this time. Would you agree?
perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other item. So we're getting there. Our 10:30 meeting this morning slipping into 12:30, 1:30.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here to review the Leadership Redmond presentation for next Thursday, March 16th, 8:30 in this room here. Yesterday, I emailed the presentation and talking points and also put printed copies in your box.
I saw it, and I'm very supportive of it. We've got some experience all working together now.
And Stephanie, I already communicated this to Eric Sand, but I'm going to be giving a presentation at a Western Forestry Leadership Council meeting in Klamath Falls on that day. So maybe I can just send I'll send him a short message to forward to the Leadership Redmond class. But I mean, if you could just mention that I got a reason why I'm not there, I would appreciate that.
That's a good idea too, to do the message, so I like that.
Great. So yeah, good Redmond topics on there. I don't have any proposed changes. Any thoughts, Commissioner?
Well, after hearing Jeff Hines talk last night that we're only going to be 6 acres short to be the #1 and largest fairgrounds in the nation, I'm thinking that we should find another 10 acres because his grandfather actually started the LA County Fairgrounds. And if we could be #1 in the nation, I'm sure that would be great for Jeff. So anyway, that's not your problem, but.
Well, yeah, we'll bring that up to the,
Yeah, but
to the group.
yes.
Maybe there'll be a realtor or a.
Somebody that can get us an
developer
extra
somewhere.
10 acres.
Yeah. All set then.
Okay, we should be fine. It looks really good, Stephanie. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Anything else?
Nope.
So seeing none, this is the end of our regular meeting. At this time, we'll have executive session for labor negotiations under ORS 1926602D,
Oh.
labor.
Can I just say one thing?
As soon as she's done.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Not a
I just
problem.
want to say, this is the opioid and ongoing drug overdose crisis in Oregon. It's a report from 22. And according to this, it's hard to pull the number up from last year, 22, but it says deaths from all types of overdoses, regardless of intent, have increased more than 76% from 2011 to 2021. So 76%. Just wanted to make the room aware that it's not good.
Not good at all. Agreed. Okay, at this time, we'll go into executive session and do whatever we need to with Zoom.